I don't go back to the Oakhaven Valley anymore. I don't even like looking at maps of that part of the state. When people ask me why a guy in his 30s with a decent engineering degree and a love for the outdoors suddenly stopped hiking, I usually just tell them I developed a bad knee. It's a convenient lie. The truth is much harder to explain without sounding like I've lost my grip on reality. But I know what I saw, and more importantly, I know what I heard. It was the autumn of 2019. I was 32 at the time, living in a small apartment in the city and feeling the walls closing in. I'd always been the type of person who handled stress by disappearing into the woods for a weekend. I wasn't a survivalist or anything, just a guy with a high-end tent, a reliable GPS, and a need for silence. Oakhaven was perfect because it was forgotten land. It was a state-owned tract that had been slated for development in the 70s before the funding dried up. Now, it was just hundreds of acres of dense pine and oak, centered around a ghost town that had been abandoned for nearly a century. The centerpiece of that town was the Clocktower. I'd heard the stories, of course, local legends about how the townspeople simply walked away one day, leaving their dinners on the table, standard campfire fodder. But as an engineer, I was drawn to the architecture. The tower was a massive stone monolith that looked more like a fortress than a timepiece. It sat on a ridge overlooking the valley, its four copper faces green with oxidation. It was supposed to be dead. The internal weights had been removed decades ago, and the bell was said to be cracked. I arrived at the trailhead on a Friday afternoon, later than I'd intended. My car had been making a weird ticking sound on the highway, and I'd wasted an hour at a gas station checking the oil and tires. By the time I shouldered my pack, the sun was already dipping behind the ridgeline, casting long skeletal shadows across the forest floor. I should have stayed at the base camp near the road. That was my first mistake, but I was stubborn. I wanted to reach the ridge before dark so I could see the sunset over the ruins. The hike was harder than I remembered. The trail was overgrown, choked with briars and fallen limbs that forced me to double back more than once. The silence was the first thing that got to me. Usually the woods are noisy birds, squirrels, the constant rustle of wind in the leaves. But as I climbed higher toward the tower, the air went dead. It felt heavy, like the atmosphere right before a massive thunderstorm, but the sky was perfectly clear. I reached the clearing where the town stood just as the last of the light was fading. The buildings were nothing more than foundations and rotted timber now, but the tower remained, looming over the site like a silent sentry. I set up my camp about 50 yards away from it, near a collapsed well. I was tired, my legs were aching, and I just wanted to eat some jerky and sleep. I was finishing my meal when I heard it. It wasn't a loud sound, it was a low, mechanical thrum. It sounded like a heavy vibration coming from deep underground or perhaps from the stones of the tower itself. I froze, my water bottle halfway to my mouth. I checked my watch. It was 6:42 p.m. Then the bell rang. It wasn't the dull, clunky sound of a cracked bell. It was a clear, resonant chime that echoed across the valley, vibrating in my very teeth. Bong, bong, bong. 3 times. I sat there paralyzed. The tower was empty. I'd seen the interior photos from urban explorers online. The gears were rusted solid, the ropes were gone. There was no one in there. And yet, the sound was so physical I could feel it in the ground beneath my palms. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the wind had caught the bell. No, there was no wind. Maybe some kids were up there with a hammer, but the sound was too rhythmic, too professional. It was the sound of a clock striking the hour, except it wasn't the hour. It was 6:42. I crawled into my tent, telling myself I was just dehydrated and tired. I zipped the flap tight, huddled into my sleeping bag, and tried to focus on the sound of my own breathing. I eventually drifted into a fitful sleep, the kind where you're never quite sure if you're awake or dreaming. I was jolted awake at exactly 10:14 p.m. The bell didn't ring this time. Instead, there was a sound like a massive tree snapping, a sharp, violent crack that echoed off the ridges. It was followed by a low, grinding noise like stone sliding against stone. I sat up, my heart hammering against my ribs. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it through the mesh of the tent toward the tower. The tower was different. In the beam of my light, I could see the copper face of the clock. It was glowing, not with electricity, but with a faint, sickly luminescence like foxfire on a rotting log. And the hands, the massive, heavy hands that had been stuck at 12:00 for 50 years, were moving. They weren't sweeping, they were jerking, twitching forward in 1-minute increments. Tick, tick, tick. I watched, mesmerized by the impossibility of it. My brain was screaming at me to run, but my body felt heavy, anchored to the spot. The hands stopped at 10:22. And then the screaming started. It wasn't a human scream. It was the sound of metal being torn apart, mixed with a high-pitched whistling like a steam engine reaching its breaking point. It came from the woods to the north, about a mile away. I scrambled out of my tent, my boots untied, my flashlight shaking in my hand. I looked toward the sound, expecting to see lights or fire. Nothing, just the black wall of the forest. I turned back to the tower. The glow on the clock face was fading, but the hands remained at 10:22. I looked at my own watch. It was 10:15. That was the moment the logic broke. I wasn't just hearing things. I wasn't just scared of the dark. I was watching a countdown. The tower had just chimed for an event that hadn't happened yet. I didn't wait to see what would happen at 10:22. I didn't pack my tent. I didn't even grab my jacket. I just turned and ran. I stumbled down the trail, my flashlight beam dancing wildly over the roots and rocks. I fell once, scraping my palms raw, but I didn't feel the pain. All I could think about was the time. 10:17, 10:18. My lungs were burning, the cold mountain air tearing at my throat. I reached a small clearing about half a mile down the ridge when the world ended. At exactly 10:22, a sound erupted from the north, the exact same sound I'd heard minutes before, but this time it was real. A massive roar of collapsing earth and snapping timber. The ground shook so violently I was thrown to my knees. I looked back toward the ridge, and even in the dark I could see the silhouette of the mountain changing. A massive landslide, triggered by God knows what, was shearing off the face of the northern slope. If I had stayed in my tent, if I had been a few hundred yards further north, I would have been buried under 10 tons of shale. I lay there in the dirt, gasping for air, listening to the echoes of the landslide die away. The silence that followed was even more terrifying than the noise. It was a predatory silence. I forced myself to stand up. I had to get to the car. I had to get out of this valley. I started moving again, slower now, my legs shaking with exhaustion. I kept my eyes on the trail, afraid to look back at the tower, but I could feel it. I could feel it watching me, its cold, stone face judging my escape. I was almost to the trailhead, maybe 20 minutes away, when I heard the bell again. It wasn't a warning this time. It was a single, solitary toll. Bong. I stopped. I couldn't help it. I looked at my watch. 11:05 p.m. I waited, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I waited for the sound of another landslide or a flash flood or a tree falling. I waited for the event that the bell was predicting. 1 minute passed, 2, 5. Nothing happened. I reached my car at 11:20. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my keys twice. I fumbled them into the ignition, backed out of the gravel pull-off, and slammed the car into drive. I didn't care about the ticking sound in the engine anymore. I just drove. I was 5 miles down the mountain road, pushing 60 on the curves when my headlights caught something in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screaming as the car skidded to a halt. It was a man. He was standing perfectly still in the center of the lane, facing away from me. He was wearing an old-fashioned wool coat, the kind you'd see in photos from the turn of the century. He didn't move as my car sat there, idling, the bright beams illuminating his back. "Hey," I shouted, leaning out the window. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" The man didn't turn around. He slowly raised his right arm and pointed toward the dashboard of my car. I looked down. My digital clock was blinking. It had reset itself. It now read 11:05. The exact time the bell had rung. A cold shiver, sharper than any winter wind, raced down my spine. I looked back at the road. The man was gone. I didn't wait. I floored the accelerator, swerving around the spot where he'd been standing. I didn't stop until I reached a 24-hour diner 30 miles away. I sat in a booth, my hands wrapped around a cup of coffee I couldn't drink, watching the sun come up. The next day, I called the local ranger station. I told them about the landslide. The voice on the other end was quiet for a long time. "Sir," the ranger finally said, "there hasn't been a landslide in Oakhaven for 40 years. We had a crew up there this morning checking the fire breaks. Everything is fine." "That's impossible," I stammered. I heard it. I felt the ground move. The Clocktower, the bell rang. There was another long pause. "The Clocktower doesn't have a bell, sir," the ranger said, his voice dropping an octave. "It was sold for scrap in 1954. There's nothing in that tower but empty space." I hung up. I didn't try to convince him. I knew what I'd heard. A few months later, I was browsing an old archive of newspaper clippings from the area. I found an article from 1922. It was a small blurb about a local watchmaker who had been commissioned to maintain the tower's mechanism. He'd been found dead inside the gear room, his body crushed by the weights. The article mentioned that in the days leading up to his death, he'd complained to neighbors that the clock was running fast, chiming for hours that hadn't arrived yet. But that wasn't the part that made me stop breathing. The article included a small, grainy photograph of the man. He was standing in front of the tower, wearing a heavy wool coat. He was pointing at the camera, his face grim. He looked exactly like the man I'd seen on the road. I still have the watch I wore that night. I keep it in a lead-lined box in the back of my closet. I don't wear it because the time is always wrong. Every time I check it, it's exactly 7 minutes ahead of the rest of the world. Sometimes late at night when the house is quiet and the city noise dies down, I think I can hear it. A faint, distant vibration. A mechanical thrumming that seems to come from the walls themselves. I'm terrified that one day I'll hear that bell again. And I'm terrified of what will happen 7 minutes after it stops. Don't go looking for the Oakhaven Tower. Some things are forgotten for a reason, and some clocks aren't measuring time, they're measuring what's left of yours. I thought that would be the end of it. I thought I could tuck that lead-lined box into the dark corners of my life and let the dust of normalcy settle over the memory of Oak Haven. For 6 months, it worked. I threw myself into my work, taking on a grueling contract for a bridge reconstruction project 3 counties over. I surrounded myself with the cold, hard logic of blueprints and load-bearing calculations. Steel and concrete don't have premonitions. They don't ring before they break. But the city began to feel different. It started with the periphery of my vision, the way a shadow would linger a second too long after a person passed a street lamp. Then came the synchronization. I'd be standing in line at a coffee shop and I'd notice that every person in the room was breathing in unison. In, out, a rhythmic mechanical cadence that made my skin crawl. I'd look at the digital clock on the wall, and for a split second, the numbers would scramble into symbols I didn't recognize before snapping back into a standard 8:14 a.m. I tried to tell myself it was PTSD. I even saw a therapist, a soft-spoken woman named Dr. Eris, who nodded sympathetically and spoke about auditory hallucinations brought on by acute environmental stress. She gave me a prescription for something to help me sleep and told me to avoid caffeine. The brain seeks patterns where there are none, Elias, she told me during our 3rd session. You experienced a traumatic near miss with a landslide. Your mind is simply trying to recontextualize that fear into something it can control, like a clock. But the ranger said there was no landslide. I reminded her, my voice cracking. She offered a sad, professional smile. Memory is a fluid thing under pressure. Perhaps you heard a tree fall. Perhaps you simply imagined the worst-case scenario. The mind is the most complex clock of all, and sometimes the gears slip. I wanted to believe her. I really did. I went home that night, took the pill she'd prescribed, and laid in the dark. I felt the heaviness of sleep pulling at my limbs, a welcome anchor. But just as the world began to blur, I heard it. Thrum. It wasn't in my head, it was in the floorboards. It was a low-frequency vibration that rattled the loose change on my nightstand. I sat up, my heart hammering. I reached for the lamp, but before my fingers could find the switch, the power went out. The entire block went dark. In the sudden, absolute silence of the apartment, a sound drifted in through the open window. It wasn't the sound of the city. There were no sirens, no distant hum of tires on wet asphalt. There was only the sound of a bell. Bong. It was distant, muffled by miles of geography that shouldn't have mattered, yet it was as clear as if I were standing back in that clearing in Oak Haven. I didn't check my phone. I didn't look at the microwave clock. I knew. I walked to the closet. My hands were moving on their own, driven by a cold, numbing dread. I reached past my suits and my winter coats to the very back, pulling out the lead-lined box. I flipped the latch. The watch inside wasn't ticking. The second hand was frozen, but the face was glowing with that same sickly foxfire luminescence I'd seen on the tower. The time displayed was 3:44 a.m. I looked at the window. The moon was high and pale, casting a silver light over the skyline. I waited. I stood there in the center of my bedroom, a grown man clutching a broken watch, counting the seconds in my head. I didn't have to wait long. At 3:44 a.m., the transformation began. It didn't start with a bang. It started with the air. The temperature in the room plummeted until I could see my breath blooming in white plumes. Then the walls began to bleed. Not blood, but a thick, black oil that smelled of ancient machinery and wet earth. It seeped from the electrical outlets and the corners of the ceiling, pooling on the hardwood. I backed toward the door, my boots splashing in the cold sludge. I grabbed the handle, but it wouldn't turn. It felt like it had been welded shut. I pounded on the wood, shouting for my neighbor, but my voice felt thin and hollow, swallowed by the rising thrum of the vibration. I turned back to the window. The city was gone. Where the skyline of glass and steel should have been, there was only the ridge. The Oakhaven Ridge. The tower stood there, impossible and monolithic, silhouetted against a sky that was the color of a bruised plum. The buildings of my neighborhood had been replaced by the rotted timber foundations of the ghost town, stretching out like skeletal fingers from the black earth. I wasn't in my apartment anymore. My apartment had been folded into the valley. "You're late," a voice said. I spun around. The man in the wool coat was sitting on the edge of my bed. Up close, he didn't look like a ghost. He looked like a man made of weathered parchment and rusted wire. His eyes were two polished gears that whirred softly as they focused on me. "I'm not supposed to be here," I whispered, clutching the watch to my chest. I left. I drove away. "You can't drive away from the great work," the man said. His voice sounded like stones grinding together. "The clock doesn't just tell the time, Elias, it creates it. And when a gear skips, the fabric of the wind starts to fray." He stood up. He was taller than he'd appeared on the road, his frame elongated and slightly distorted, as if I were looking at him through a pane of old, warped glass. He held out a hand. His fingers were stained with grease and ink. "The bell rang for you," he said. "It predicted your return. You saw the landslide that didn't happen. You saw the man who wasn't there. You've been living in the 7 minutes since you left the valley. You're a ghost in a world that hasn't happened yet." "I'm alive," I snarled, though the cold in my chest suggested otherwise. "I'm an engineer. I know how things work. This is a hallucination. This is a break." "An engineer?" The man's gear eyes spun faster, a clicking sound emanating from his throat. "Then you should understand better than most. If the master clock is off, the whole factory fails. Oakhaven is the master clock, and it's running fast, very, very fast." He stepped toward me, and the floorboards beneath his feet didn't creak. They groaned with the sound of stressed metal. "The tower didn't lose its weights in 1954, he whispered, leaning in close. I could smell the ozone and the rot. They were pulled down into the earth. The earth is the weight now. The rotation of the world is what winds the springs, but the world is slowing down, Elias, and the clock is trying to compensate. It's pulling time from the future to fill the gaps in the present." He reached out and touched the watch in my hand. The lead-lined box fell to the floor, splashing into the black oil. "You were 7 minutes ahead," he said, "but the gap is widening, look." I looked down at the watch. The hands were spinning now, a blurred circle of silver. 12:00, 1:00, 6:00, 12:00. "The landslide you saw, that wasn't from the past. It's from tomorrow, or next year, or a century from now. The clock just brought it forward so it could use the energy of the collapse to keep its pendulum swinging." I felt a wave of nausea. The mechanical thrumming was so loud now it felt like my bones were being ground into powder. "Why me?" I gasped. "Because you heard it," the watchmaker said. "Most people are deaf to the chime. They live in the static. But you You have the resonance. You're a part of the mechanism now. A small part. A pin, a spring, a screw. He gripped my wrist. His touch wasn't cold. It was searingly hot, like a brand. I tried to pull away, but his strength was absolute. He began to pull me toward the window, toward the ridge and the tower that loomed over the world. "The bell is going to ring again," he said, his voice rising above the roar of the vibration. "And this time, it won't be for a landslide. It won't be for a ghost on the road." "What is it for?" I screamed. The watchmaker smiled, revealing teeth made of jagged brass. "It's for the silence that comes after the ticking stops." With a violent jerk, he pulled me through the window. I expected to hit the ground, to feel the shatter of glass and the impact of the pavement 3 stories down. Instead, I fell into nothing. I fell through a void of ticking gears and rushing wind, a kaleidoscope of moments that hadn't happened yet. I saw my own funeral. I saw the city burning. I saw the sun turning cold and black in a sky full of copper gears. Then I hit the dirt. The impact knocked the wind out of me. I lay there for a long time, gasping, the taste of copper and pine needles in my mouth. When I finally managed to open my eyes, I was back in the clearing. It was daytime, but the sun was a dull, flickering thing like a dying light bulb. The tower stood before me, but it was no longer a ruin. It was pristine. The stone was white and polished, the copper faces of the clocks gleaming like new pennies, and the sound was deafening. Thousands of gears, some as small as a fingernail, some as large as a house, were turning in a frantic, desperate rhythm. I looked at my hands. They were covered in grease. I was wearing the wool coat. I scrambled to my feet looking for the watchmaker, but the clearing was empty. Only the tower remained and the sound of the world being wound tight. I looked toward the trail, the path I had taken to escape months ago. It was gone. In its place was a sheer cliff that dropped off into an endless gray mist. There was no way out. There was no city. There was no Dr. Eris. There was only the ridge. I walked toward the base of the tower. I didn't want to, but my legs were no longer mine to command. They moved with the precision of a piston. I reached the heavy iron door at the base of the monolith. It swung open before I could touch it. Inside, the heat was staggering. The air was thick with the smell of hot oil and scorched metal. In the center of the room, a massive shaft of iron rose up into the darkness, turning slowly, relentlessly. Around it, a complex array of levers and counterweights shifted and groaned. I saw the weights the watchmaker had spoken of. They weren't made of lead or stone. They were spheres of translucent glass, and inside them I could see flickers of movement. People, thousands of them caught in loops of time. A woman drinking tea, a child running through a field, a man sitting in a diner staring at a cup of coffee he couldn't drink. Their lives were the energy. Their moments were being drained to keep the gears turning. I looked at the largest weight, the one closest to the floor. It was empty. I knew then what my role was. I wasn't the watchmaker. I wasn't even a gear. I was the ballast. I felt the watch in my pocket grow heavy, so heavy it began to pull me toward the empty glass sphere. I tried to resist, to scream, to find some shred of the engineer I used to be, but the logic of the tower was stronger than the logic of the man. I stepped into the glass. The door didn't click shut, it vanished. The heat and the noise faded into a dull, rhythmic thrum. I looked out through the glass at the interior of the tower. I saw the watchmaker standing by the central shaft. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at a small, handheld device, a pocket watch. He adjusted a screw, nodded to himself, and walked out the door. I sat down in the center of my glass prison. I felt a strange sense of peace wash over me. The fear was gone, replaced by a crystalline clarity. I understood now. The tower wasn't evil. It was just a machine. A machine that had been running for too long, trying to fix a leak in the universe that it had been built to prevent. I looked at my own watch. The hands had stopped. I leaned my head against the glass and closed my eyes. I waited for the sensation of being drained, for my memories to be ground into the gears. But then I heard it. Not the bell, not the thrum. I heard a ticking sound, a weird rhythmic ticking. I opened my eyes. The tower was gone. The glass sphere was gone. I was sitting in my car. The engine was idling, making that same clicking sound I'd heard on the highway months ago. The sun was dipping behind the ridgeline, casting long, skeletal shadows across the forest floor. My pack was in the passenger seat. My GPS was mounted on the dashboard. I looked at the clock on the dash. 5:14 p.m., Friday afternoon. I was at the trailhead. I hadn't even started the hike yet. For a moment, I felt a surge of pure, unadulterated joy. It was a dream, a hallucination, a warning from a tired brain. I reached for the door handle, ready to put the car in reverse and drive back to the city, back to my apartment, back to a life where clocks were just things you bought at Target. But then I looked at my wrist. I wasn't wearing my high-end hiking watch. I was wearing a watch with a copper face and a leather strap, a watch that was 7 minutes ahead of the car's clock. And on my palm, where I had fallen in the woods in a memory that shouldn't exist, were the raw, red scars of a man who had been running for his life. I looked up at the ridge. The tower sat there, green with oxidation, silent and dead. I knew if I stayed, the bell would ring at 6:42. I knew if I left, the man in the wool coat would be waiting on the road. I knew that the 7 minutes weren't a gap, they were a tether. I sat there in the idling car, the ticking of the engine syncopated with the ticking of the watch. I had a choice. I could go up or I could go back, but as I looked into the rearview mirror, I saw my own eyes. They weren't blue anymore. They were the color of polished brass, and deep inside them, I could see the gears beginning to turn. I reached out and turned off the engine. The silence that followed was the heaviest thing I'd ever felt. I opened the door, shouldered my pack, and began to walk toward the ruins. I didn't go because I wanted to. I went because the clock had already struck the hour, and I was just the hand moving to catch up. As I stepped onto the overgrown trail, the first chime echoed across the valley. It was 6:35. I had exactly 7 minutes to reach the tower before I became the man who had always been there. The trail was different this time. Before, it had been a struggle against nature, the grasping briars, the soft, treacherous loam, the claustrophobic weight of the canopy. Now it felt like a conveyor belt. My boots hit the earth with a rhythmic precision that bypassed my conscious mind. Left, right, breath in, breath out. The cadence was terrifyingly mechanical. I wasn't walking, I was being cycled through the landscape. The air around me began to shimmer, the way heat rises off a desert highway, but the temperature was dropping. With every step, the forest stripped away its modern pretenses. The plastic flagging tape the rangers had left on the trees years ago withered and fell into dust in a matter of seconds. The modern steel bridge over the creek rusted into a skeletal orange ruin as I crossed it, the metal groaning under my weight as if centuries were passing with every heartbeat. I looked at my watch, 6:37 p.m. I had 5 minutes. The math of it was a cold weight in my stomach. The tower was 2 miles up the ridge. Under any normal physical law, it was an impossible distance to cover. But the distance wasn't measured in miles anymore. It was measured in the tension of the spring. I could feel the ridge pulling me, a gravitational slipstream that accelerated my pace until the trees were a green and brown blur. I didn't feel the burn in my lungs. I didn't feel the snap of twigs against my shins. I felt the thrum. It was louder now, a physical presence that vibrated the fluid in my inner ear. It sounded like a heartbeat if a heart were made of brass and powered by a falling sun. 6:39 p.m. I broke into the clearing. The tower didn't look like a ruin anymore, but it didn't look new either. It was flickering between states, a strobe light nightmare of construction and decay. 1 second the stones were moss-covered and crumbling, the next they were sharp-edged and white, then they were gone entirely, replaced by a vertical void of spinning shadow. The man in the wool coat was standing by the door. He wasn't sitting this time. He was holding a large iron key, his gear eyes whirring with a frantic, high-pitched whistle. "The alignment is failing, Elias," he shouted over the roar of the machinery. "The weights are too light. The world is dragging. We're losing the sync." "I'm not doing this," I screamed, stopping at the edge of the tree line. My legs fought me, twitching with the urge to keep moving toward the door. "I'm going back to the car. I'm going back to the city." "The city is a dream the clock is having," the watchmaker roared. He pointed the key at me. "Look behind you." I turned. The trail I had just run up was gone. There was no forest. There was only a vast, gray expanse of gears, millions of them, interlocking and grinding, stretching out to a horizon that didn't exist. Above us, the sky was a giant clock face, the Roman numerals etched in stars that were slowly being extinguished as the minute hand swept over them. "You're not an engineer of bridges anymore," the man said, his voice suddenly soft, right in my ear, though he was still 20 feet away. "You're the maintenance. You're the friction that holds the seconds in place." 6:41 p.m. The vibration reached a crescendo. The ground beneath my feet, the solid, ancient earth of the Oakhaven Ridge, began to tilt. It wasn't an earthquake. It was the sensation of a gear slipping its teeth. I fell to my knees, clutching the copper watch. The glass face was cracked now, and a dark, viscous fluid was leaking from the fracture. It smelled like ozone and old blood. "The bell," I gasped. "It's going to ring." "It has to," the watchmaker said, "to reset the escapement, to give us another cycle. But someone has to hold the pendulum. Someone has to take the weight." He stepped toward me, his movements jerky, like a stop-motion film. He grabbed my collar and hauled me toward the tower door. I tried to strike him, but my fist passed through his shoulder as if he were made of smoke and iron filings. "Why me?" I asked again, the question a pathetic whimper against the howling wind of time. "Because you were the only one who noticed the 7 minutes," he said, shoving me into the dark maw of the tower. "The others, they just adjusted their watches and went on with their lives. They accepted the slip. But you chased it. You demanded to know where the lost time went, and now you've found it." The door slammed shut behind me. The interior of the tower was a vertical cathedral of motion. I was standing on a narrow catwalk of rusted iron. Below me, a pit of darkness hummed with the power of 1,000 turbines. Above, the great pendulum swung, a massive golden disc that cut through the air with a sound like a guillotine. Swish, thud, swish, thud. Every time it hit the apex of its arc, the entire tower shuddered. I looked at the walls. They were lined with the glass spheres I had seen before, but they weren't empty. They were filled with faces I recognized. Dr. Eris was there, her mouth frozen in a silent O of professional concern. The ranger from the road was there, his eyes fixed on a map that was slowly dissolving into ash. Even my neighbors from the apartment complex were there, caught in the amber of a single, stolen second. They weren't dead, they were the lubrication. Their experiences, their memories, their very nowness was being ground down to keep the great shaft turning. I looked at my watch, 6:41:55. The watchmaker appeared on the catwalk beside me. He wasn't a man anymore. He was a collection of parts, a brass ribcage, a face of cracked porcelain, hands that were nothing but a series of delicate, clicking calipers. "Take the weight, Ilias," he whispered. He pointed to a massive lever protruding from the central pillar. It was glowing with a dull, red heat. "If the bell rings and the weight isn't set, the 7 minutes will become 14, then an hour, then a day. Eventually, the now will simply run out. The world will stop, but the clock will keep ticking into the void." I looked at the lever, I looked at the faces in the glass. I thought about the city, about the coffee shops where people breathed in unison, about the shadows that lingered too long. It wasn't a real world. It was a dying mechanism trying to pretend it was still alive. "If I do this," I said, my voice sounding like the grinding of metal, "what happens to me?" "You become the 7 minutes," the watchmaker said. "You live in the gap. You watch the world from the place where the gears meet." 6:41:59. The pendulum reached its highest point. The entire universe seemed to hold its breath. The silence was so absolute it was painful. I reached out, my hand, already stained with grease and etched with scars, closed around the red-hot lever. It didn't burn, it felt like coming home. I pulled. The lever moved with a soul-crushing resistance. I put my entire weight into it, my boots slipping on the iron catwalk. I felt my muscles tear, felt my bones groan under the pressure, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I was a part of the sequence now. Glek. The gear seated. And then the bell rang. It wasn't a sound, it was an explosion of pure existence. The bronze tongue of the great bell struck the rim, and a wave of golden light erupted from the top of the tower, washing over the ridge, the forest, and the gray expanse of gears beyond. I felt myself being pulled apart. My memories of the bridge project, of my childhood, of the smell of rain on hot asphalt, they were all being stripped away, fed into the central shaft. I saw the city of my life being dismantled brick by brick, the moments being sorted and filed away into the glass spheres. I screamed, but the sound was just another chime in the chorus. The watchmaker smiled, his porcelain face shattering into 1,000 pieces that whirled away into the dark. "Good," he whispered, "the watch is wound." The light intensified until there was nothing but whiteness. When I opened my eyes, I was standing on the Oakhaven Ridge. The sun was shining, the air was cool and smelled of pine. The tower was a ruin, a beautiful, silent pile of stone and rusted copper, half hidden by the encroaching forest. A few birds chirped in the trees. A squirrel scampered across a fallen log. I looked at my hands, they were clean. I was wearing my hiking gear. I felt a weight in my pocket. I reached in and pulled out a watch. It was a simple, modern digital watch. The time was 6:49 p.m. I looked at the trail. It was clear and well marked. I began to walk down, my heart light. It was over. I had survived. The nightmare was gone. I reached the trailhead. My car was there, exactly where I had left it. I got in, started the engine, and turned on the radio. A local station was playing a soft jazz track. I pulled out onto the main road, humming along, the stress of the last few hours or months or years evaporating like mist. I drove for 20 minutes before I realized something was wrong. The radio announcer came on. "It's a beautiful evening here in the valley," he said. "The time is 6:42 p.m. I looked at my dashboard clock. 6:42 p.m. I looked at my wrist. 6:49 p.m. I pulled the car over to the side of the road, my hands shaking. I looked in the rearview mirror. My eyes were blue, but when I blinked for a fraction of a second, I saw the whirring of a gear. I looked out the window at the passing cars. I saw a family in a minivan. The father was laughing. The mother was pointing at something in a book. The children were playing with handheld games. They were beautiful, they were vibrant, and they were all 7 minutes behind me. I put the car back in gear and began to drive. I didn't go back to the city. I couldn't. I was the scout now. I was the one who traveled in the vanguard of time, seeing the landslides before they happened, feeling the cracks in the world before they opened. I looked at the watch on my wrist. It wasn't ticking anymore. The numbers were fixed, glowing with a faint, sickly luminescence. I reached over and turned off the radio. I didn't need the music. I could hear the rhythm now. In, out. The world was breathing, and I was the one who had to make sure it didn't forget how. As I drove into the gathering dusk, I saw a man standing on the shoulder of the road. He was wearing a wool coat despite the warmth of the evening. He didn't wave. He didn't look at me. He just stood there looking at his own wrist, waiting for the gap to close. I didn't stop. I had work to do. I had 7 minutes to save the world over and over again for the rest of time. And as the sun finally sank below the horizon, I heard it, faint, distant, but unmistakable. The bell. It wasn't ringing for me. It was ringing through me. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white against the black leather. I looked at the road ahead, stretching out into a future that only I could see, a future made of gears and glass and the terrible, beautiful necessity of the tick. 7 minutes, I whispered to the empty car. And then I accelerated. The road ahead of me didn't just feel longer, it felt deeper, as if the asphalt were a thin membrane stretched over an infinite abyss of clockwork. Every time my tires hit a seam in the pavement, the jar didn't vibrate through the chassis of the car so much as it vibrated through my teeth, a rhythmic percussion that matched the internal hum of the tower. I was driving at 60 miles per hour, but the speedometer was flickering, the needle dancing between 0 and 100 like a panicked heartbeat. The world outside the windshield was beginning to lose its resolution. The trees on the shoulder weren't just passing by, they were repeating. I saw the same jagged pine with the broken lower limb every 3 minutes. I saw the same rusted-out Ford pickup in a driveway, a dog with a white patch over its eye barking at nothing. The loop was tight, a glitch in the record player of reality that only I could hear. I realized then that I wasn't driving toward the city. I was driving through the gears. I reached out to touch the passenger seat, needing the tactile reassurance of my nylon backpack, but my fingers passed through the fabric. The bag was there, I could see the frayed stitching and the mud stains from the ridge, but it lacked density. It was a ghost of an object, a memory of something I had packed in a different timeline. I looked at my own reflection in the rearview mirror again. My face was pale, the skin pulled tight over my cheekbones, but it was my eyes that stopped my breath. The brass wasn't just a tint anymore. I could see the microscopic teeth of a balance wheel spinning behind my iris, regulating the intake of light, shuttering my vision in increments of milliseconds. I wasn't seeing the world, I was processing it. A car approached from the opposite direction, its headlights cutting through the twilight. As it drew closer, time didn't just slow down, it granulated. I saw the driver, a woman with a tired smile, a coffee cup held halfway to her lips. I saw the steam rising from the lid in a static plume. I saw the individual grains of dust dancing in the beam of her high beams. And then I saw the fracture. A hairline crack appeared in the air just in front of her bumper. It looked like a break in a window pane, a jagged zigzag of void that sucked the color out of the trees behind it. The woman didn't see it. She couldn't. She was living in the now, the comfortable, lagging reality that trailed 7 minutes behind the truth. I felt a sudden, violent tug in my chest, right where the heavy watch sat in my pocket. The copper face began to glow, heating up until it scorched through the denim of my jeans. I didn't scream. The pain was just another data point, a signal that the equilibrium was shifting. I knew instinctively what I had to do. I didn't turn the steering wheel, I thought the car into a different alignment. I steered my vehicle directly toward the crack in the air. The impact wasn't physical. There was no sound of crushing metal, no deployment of airbags. There was only the sensation of falling through ice into a freezing lake. For a moment, I was nowhere. I was the space between the ticks of a clock, a vast, silent vacuum where the concepts of before and after had no meaning. Then I was back on the road. The woman's car passed me, the steam from her coffee finally moving, her smile completing its curve. The crack was gone. I had mended it. I had been the ballast that held that specific second together so she could drive through it without falling into the gears. I pulled over to the shoulder, my breath coming in ragged, mechanical gasps. My hands were trembling, but not with fear. They were vibrating at a high frequency, a sympathetic resonance with the tower back on the ridge. I climbed out of the car, my boots hitting the gravel with that same heavy, rhythmic thrum. The man in the wool coat was there, leaning against a mile marker. He looked older now, his porcelain skin webbed with even more cracks, his gear eyes slowing down as if his mainspring were nearly unwound. "You're learning," he said. His voice was like the sound of dry leaves skittering over a tombstone. "The leak is everywhere. The universe is an old house, Elias. The roof is rotting, the foundations are shifting, and the only thing keeping the rain out is the fact that we keep pretending the walls are solid." "How many of us are there?" I asked. I looked down at my hands. The grease under my fingernails wasn't dirt, it was oil, fine, high-grade lubricant that smelled of ozone. "Enough to keep the lights on," he said, gesturing toward the horizon. "For now, but the lag is growing. People are starting to notice the shadows that don't move right. They're noticing the dreams that feel more real than the mornings. The 7 minutes are becoming a gulf." "I saw her," I said, thinking of the woman in the car. "I saved her." "You didn't save her," the watchmaker spat, a spark flying from his jaw as he spoke. "You maintained her. You ensured the continuity of her ignorance. That is the burden. We are the architects of the lie. We keep the clock running so they never have to hear the silence. He stepped toward me, and I realized he wasn't just a man in a coat. He was a shadow cast by the tower itself, a projection of the machinery sent out to recruit his own replacement. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, silver oil can and a set of tweezers that looked like they were made of bone. My time is over, Elias. The gears in my chest are stripped. I've lived too many nows and not enough eightvers. I'm becoming a ghost in the machine. He handed me the tools. As my fingers touched the cold metal, a flood of information surged into my brain. I saw the blueprints of the county, not the maps the surveyors made, but the temporal schematics. I saw the ley lines of duration, the pressure points where time tended to pool and stagnate. I saw the bridge I had been sent to inspect months ago. It wasn't just a structural failure, it was a chronological sinkhole. The reason the concrete was cracking was because the two ends of the bridge existed in slightly different seconds. The tension wasn't coming from the weight of the cars, it was coming from the weight of the delay. "Go to the bridge," the watchmaker whispered. He was beginning to fade, his form becoming translucent, the trees behind him visible through his torso. "The 7:12 from the city is coming. It's a heavy train. If the alignment isn't set, it won't just derail, it will fall out of the year entirely." Wait, I reached for him, but he was gone. Only the scent of old metal and the faint sound of a dying chime remained. I looked at the silver tools in my hand. They felt right. They felt like the only things in the world that were actually real. I got back into my car, but I didn't start the engine. I didn't need to. I gripped the steering wheel and visualized the bridge 5 miles to the east. I focused on the gap, the 7-minute discrepancy that lived in my blood. The car didn't move forward, the world moved around it. The forest blurred, the stars overhead streaking into long, white lines of light. The sound of the wind rose to a shriek, then dropped into a bass hum that vibrated the very marrow of my bones. When the movement stopped, I was parked at the base of the Oakhaven trestle. The bridge was a massive structure of black steel, arching over a deep, rocky gorge. In the moonlight, it looked like the ribcage of a leviathan. I could feel the instability before I even stepped out of the car. The air around the trestle was thick, like walking through waist-deep water. The sound of the creek below was distorted, the rushing water playing in reverse, then fast forward, then stopping altogether. I climbed the embankment, my movements guided by the internal rhythm of the tower. I didn't need a flashlight. My eyes adjusted, the brass gears clicking as they widened my pupils to catch every stray photon. I reached the tracks. They were humming, not with the vibration of an approaching train, but with the scream of metal being pulled in 2 directions at once. I knelt down and placed my hand on the rail. It was ice cold on the left and searing hot on the right. The gap was here. I pulled out the bone-colored tweezers and the silver oil can. I could see the fracture now. It was a jagged, shimmering line that ran right down the center of the tracks, a tear in the fabric of the evening. Through the crack, I didn't see the gorge. I saw the interior of the tower. I saw the great pendulum swinging, the golden disc mere inches from my face, though I knew it was miles away on the ridge. Swish, thud, swish, thud. The train was coming. I could hear the whistle in the distance, a long, mournful wail that sounded like it was being squeezed through a pinhole. It was the 7:12, but on my watch it was 7:19. The train was 7 minutes late to its own destruction. I began to work. I didn't think about what I was doing. I let the tools guide my hands. I used the tweezers to pluck at the threads of light that were fraying at the edges of the crack. I wove them back together, the silver metal acting as a needle, stitching the seconds back into a coherent tapestry. I applied the oil to the points where the rails met the air, lubricating the transition between the now and the then. The heat from the rails began to blister my skin, but I didn't pull away. I could feel the weight of the train approaching, a massive, thundering pressure that threatened to crush my mind. It wasn't just a train, it was hundreds of lives, hundreds of personal timelines, all hurtling toward a void they couldn't see. The ground began to shake. The whistle was closer now, a deafening roar that shook the trees. The headlight of the locomotive appeared around the bend, a blind, white eye that searched for a track that wasn't there. "Hold," I whispered, my voice lost in the cacophony. "Hold the beat." I jammed the tweezers into the center of the fracture, using them as a wedge. My arm vibrated so violently I thought the bone would shatter. The copper watch in my pocket was screaming now, a high-pitched electronic wail that matched the frequency of the train's engine. The locomotive hit the bridge. The world tilted. For a second, the train hovered over the gorge, the wheels spinning in empty air as the bridge vanished beneath it. I saw the passengers through the windows, a man reading a newspaper, a child sleeping against the glass, a conductor checking his pocket watch. They were suspended in the 7-minute gap, balanced on the edge of non-existence. I threw my entire weight against the tweezers, forcing the edges of the reality back together. Glack. The sound was like a thunderclap. The bridge snapped back into existence. The train's wheels found the steel, the sparks flying in a spectacular spray of orange and gold. The weight of the locomotive passed over me, a terrifying, rhythmic thrum of clack, 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 clack. I lay flat against the gravel of the embankment as the cars roared past. Each one was a blur of light and sound, a heartbeat of the world I was no longer a part of. When the last car, the red caboose, finally crossed the trestle and disappeared into the dark, the silence that followed was absolute. I stayed on the ground for a long time, watching the stars. They looked different now. They didn't look like distant suns, they looked like the jewels in a watch movement, precisely placed, perfectly timed, cold and indifferent. I stood up slowly. My hiking clothes were shredded, my hands were black with oil and blood, and my heart was beating with a steady, mechanical precision. I looked at the tracks. They were solid. The fracture was gone. The 712 was on its way to the city, carrying its passengers into a future they would never know was borrowed. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the copper watch. The glass was shattered, the hands were gone, but the ticking was louder than ever. It wasn't a watch anymore, it was a compass, and it was pointing back toward the ridge. I looked down at the gorge. The water was flowing normally again. The birds were silent, waiting for the dawn, but I knew the dawn wouldn't come when the sun rose. It would come when the gears reached the proper alignment. I began to walk. I didn't go to my car. The car was a relic of a life that had ended at 6:42 p.m. on a Friday afternoon. I walked along the tracks, my boots striking the ties in a perfect, unwavering cadence. I wasn't an engineer of bridges. I wasn't Elias anymore. I was the man in the wool coat. And as I walked, I felt the first cold drop of rain hit my face. I didn't wipe it away. I watched it fall, seeing every microsecond of its journey from the clouds to my skin. I saw the way the light refracted through the water, a tiny liquid prism. The world was beautiful in its fragility. It was a masterpiece of precarious balance, a clock that was always 1 second away from exploding into a million pieces. I reached the edge of the woods and stopped. I looked back at the bridge, the steel skeleton standing guard over the dark. 7 minutes, I said to the shadows. Somewhere in the distance, a bell began to ring. It was late. It was always late. But as long as I was there to catch the chime, the world would keep turning. I stepped into the trees and disappeared into the rhythm of the night. The woods did not feel like woods anymore. They felt like the interior of a vast biological machine. The hemlocks and oaks were no longer merely timber and leaf, but organic pillars supporting a ceiling of moving shadows. As I walked, my boots didn't crunch on the fallen needles so much as they clicked against them, a sound like a solenoid firing in a vacuum. I could feel the tension in the air, the literal tension of wound springs, vibrating through the soles of my feet. The forest was holding its breath, waiting for the next hand to move, for the next tooth to catch. I reached the clearing where my car had been, but it was gone. In its place was a shimmering distortion, a heat haze that tasted of ozone and old copper. My car hadn't been stolen, it had simply been outpaced by the reality I was now inhabiting. It belonged to the world that moved at the standard rate, the world of people who didn't hear the grinding of the cosmic millstones. I didn't need it. My legs moved with a tireless hydraulic precision, my joints lubricated by that strange, translucent oil that now seeped from my pores. I climbed back toward the ridge, toward the tower. The ascent was steeper than I remembered, or perhaps the gravity was simply more insistent here, closer to the source of the lag. Every step required a conscious synchronization. I had to time my stride to the pulse of the earth, a deep, subaudible thrum that I felt in my marrow. If I stepped off beat, the ground softened like peat moss, threatening to swallow my foot into a pocket of non-time. If I stepped true, the granite was as firm as a foundation stone. As I reached the summit, the tower loomed over me, no longer a derelict ruin of stone and bird droppings. In the moonlight, it pulsed. The cracks in its masonry were filled with a soft, amber light, as if the building were a lantern shuttered by ancient rock. The great clock face at the top was no longer empty. The hands were back, though they weren't made of metal. They were made of solidified shadow, long and tapering, sweeping across the Roman numerals with a terrifying, silent grace. The minute hand was trembling. It was stuck at the 6:35 mark, vibrating with a frantic, metallic chattering. The hitch, I whispered. The 7-minute gap wasn't just a delay, it was a physical obstruction. Somewhere in the guts of the tower, something had jammed. A pebble of stray fate, a shard of a broken maybe, a piece of grit from a life that shouldn't have ended, something was caught in the teeth. I approached the heavy oak door at the base of the tower. It was cool to the touch, the wood grain swirling in patterns that looked suspiciously like thumbprints. I didn't need a key. I placed my hand against the center of the door and pushed, not with strength, but with a specific frequency of pressure. The door didn't swing open. It dissolved, the molecules stepping aside to let me pass, then reassembling behind me with a sound like a deck of cards being shuffled. The interior of the tower was a cathedral of motion. There were no floors, only a spiraling network of catwalks and ladders that clung to the inner walls. In the center, suspended by chains that vanished into the darkness above, was the movement. It was a sphere of brass and steel the size of a house, a dizzying architecture of flywheels, governors, and escapements. It didn't just tell time, it manufactured it. I could see the raw seconds being forged in the friction of the gears, sparks of pure white light that drifted downward like glowing snow before vanishing into the floor. But the sphere was shuddering. The rhythm was off. Tick, tick, tock, tick, tick, tock. It was a cardiac arrhythmia of the universe. I began to climb. The ladders were cold, the rungs vibrating so fast they felt slick. My eyes, those brass-rimmed apertures, scanned the machinery as I ascended. I saw the secondary gears that govern the seasons, the slow-moving bronze plates that dictated the migration of birds and the falling of leaves. I saw the delicate silver hairsprings that managed the dreams of children, pulsing with a faint blue light. Everything was connected, a web of cause and effect that spanned the entire valley, perhaps the entire world. I reached the central platform, a grating of iron that hung directly over the main drive shaft. The smell here was overwhelming, hot metal, scorched air, and the ancient, dusty scent of a library. Standing at the edge of the platform was the watchmaker's ghost. He wasn't fading anymore. Here in the heart of the tower, he was more solid than I was. His porcelain skin was a map of every second he had ever mended, a mosaic of cracks and repairs. "It's the 642, he said, not looking at me. He was staring into the mesh of the primary drive. It's a stubborn one, a moment that refuses to pass. A man in the city, Elias, he's standing on a balcony, deciding whether to step off. The universe can't decide which way the gear should turn. Until he chooses, the minute won't end. And because the minute won't end, the 7-minute buffer is being eaten alive." I looked into the gears where he pointed. I didn't see metal. I saw a flickering image, like a projection on smoke. A man, his face obscured by shadow, his fingers white as he gripped a railing. Below him, the lights of the city were a blur of uncaring amber. "Why can't the tower just choose?" I asked. My voice sounded metallic, echoing off the stone walls. "The tower doesn't choose," the watchmaker said, his gear eyes spinning in opposite directions. "The tower only records. We are the ones who provide the friction. We are the ones who tip the balance when the mechanism stalls. But be careful, Elias. To touch a stalled second is to invite it into yourself. If you push him back from the ledge, you carry the weight of his life. If you let him fall, you carry the weight of his void." I looked at the silver tools in my hand. The tweezers were glowing with a fierce, bone-white light. I understood now. This wasn't just mechanical repair. This was a priesthood of the mundane. "I have to close the gap," I said. "Then enter the gear," the watchmaker replied. I stepped off the platform. There was no fall. I didn't hit the ground. I stepped into the 642. Suddenly, I wasn't in the tower. I was standing on that balcony. The air was cold, smelling of rain and exhaust. The man was right there, his back to me. He was shaking, a fine, rhythmic tremor that matched the stuttering of the tower's clock. I could hear his heartbeat. It was the same tick-tock I had heard in the machinery. He was the grit in the gears. His indecision had become a temporal anchor, dragging on the forward motion of the world. I reached out a hand. My fingers were stained with that black, iridescent oil. I didn't grab him. I didn't scream at him to stop. I simply placed my hand on his shoulder and shared the rhythm. I let the steady, mechanical pulse of the tower flow through my arm and into his spine. I gave him the now that I had been carrying, the certainty of the next tick. The man gasped. He didn't look back at me. He simply let go of the railing and stepped back onto the solid concrete of the balcony. He sat down, burying his face in his hands, and began to breathe. In, out. The rhythm was restored. The balcony dissolved. The city lights smeared into streaks of white and red, and I was jerked back into the tower. I landed hard on the iron grating, my lungs burning, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The sound in the tower had changed. The stuttering was gone. The great sphere was humming a deep, resonant chord, a perfect C major that vibrated in the very air. The sparks of white light were flowing again, a steady stream of seconds falling into the dark. I looked at my watch, 6:43. The 7 minutes were still there, a comfortable cushion of delay, but the crisis had passed. The world had moved on. The watchmaker was standing over me. He looked tired. The cracks in his face were widening, and a small puff of white dust escaped his ear. "One down," he whispered. "Only an infinity to go." I felt him, I said, struggling to stand. I felt everything he was feeling. The despair, the weight. It was like swallowing lead. "That is the oil," the watchmaker said. "It keeps the gears moving, but it blackens everything it touches. You are the scout, Elias. You see the landslides before they happen because you are already standing under the rocks." He turned away from me, walking toward the shadows at the edge of the platform. "The bell will ring soon. Not for the hour, but for the alignment. When it rings, you must be at the top. You must strike the hammer. If the sound isn't pure, the lag will drift. Seconds will become minutes. Minutes will become hours. And eventually the world will simply stop, frozen in a single, eternal afternoon." "Where are you going?" I called out. "To the cellar," he said, his voice fading. "To the place where the old seconds go to die. I've earned my rust, Elias. The tower has a new heart now." He vanished into the gloom, leaving me alone in the thrumming center of the world. I looked up. Far above, hidden in the rafters of the tower, was the great bell. I could see the edge of its bronze lip, green with age but polished to a mirror shine on the inside. I began to climb again, my movements more fluid now, my body beginning to accept the new physics of my existence. As I climbed, I saw the city through the narrow slit windows of the tower. It looked so small, so fragile. I saw the lights of cars moving along the highway like red and white blood cells in a concrete artery. I saw the glow of television screens in living room windows, the flickering blue light of 1,000 different stories being told all at once. None of them knew. None of them could even imagine the scale of the machinery that allowed them to have a tomorrow. I reached the belfry. The wind was howling through the open arches, cold and sharp. The bell was massive, a mountain of metal that seemed to pull at the light around it. The hammer was a heavy iron beam, suspended by leather straps that looked like they had been cut from the hide of something prehistoric. I checked my wrist. The numbers on the watch were glowing with a fierce, sickly green. 7:05. I had 7 minutes. I took my position by the hammer. I didn't feel like a man anymore. I felt like a component. I felt the heat of the tower rising up from below, the friction of billions of turning gears. I felt the tension in the valley, the way the air was tightening, preparing for the strike. I looked out at the horizon. The sun was long gone, but there was a faint, unnatural glow in the west, the ghost of the day that had just passed, lingering in the 7-minute gap. I gripped the handle of the hammer. It was cold, but it warmed instantly in my hand. I could feel the countdown in my blood. 5, 4, 3, 2. I didn't swing with my muscles. I swung with the momentum of the tower itself. The hammer hit the bell. The sound wasn't a noise, it was a physical force. It shattered the silence of the valley, a golden wave of resonance that rippled out across the trees, across the highway, across the city. I saw the wave move. I saw the trees bend as it passed, the leaves shivering in a sympathetic vibration. I saw the lights of the city flicker, then burn brighter as the chime recalibrated their existence. The sound went through me, stripping away the last vestiges of Elias the Inspector. It vibrated through my brass eyes, through my oiled skin, through my gear-driven heart. It washed away the fear, the doubt, the memory of the city. I was the bell, I was the hammer, I was the tick and the talk. As the echoes began to fade, I looked down at my hands. The skin was starting to turn white, the texture of fine porcelain. A small hairline crack appeared on my left thumb. I wasn't dying, I was becoming permanent. I sat down on the floor of the belfry, the cold wind whipping through my hair. I looked out at the world, my world, and waited for the next 7 minutes to begin. There would be another hitch. There would be another bridge, another balcony, another soul caught in the teeth of the machinery. And I would be there. I would be the vanguard. I would be the one who stood in the gap and held the door open for the future. The Clocktower rang late, they would say in the town. They would look at their watches, frown, and go back to their coffee. They would never know that the lateness was the only thing saving them. They would never know that their lives were being mended 1 second at a time by a man with brass eyes and a heart made of gears. I closed my eyes and listened to the rhythm. In, out, in, out. The world was breathing, and for the first time in my life, I was breathing with it. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a small silver oil can. There was work to do. There was always work to do. The universe was an old house and the rain was starting to fall. I stood up, my joints clicking in the dark, and began the long walk down into the guts of the clock. The next hour was coming, and I had to make sure it arrived exactly 7 minutes late. The descent was different this time. Gravity had become a subjective suggestion rather than a law, and the air inside the stone cylinder felt thick, like moving through a vat of invisible, pressurized honey. Every breath I took tasted of iron filings and ozone, a dry, electric banquet that numbed my tongue. My boots no longer made the heavy, organic thud of leather on stone. They chimed. Each step against the iron catwalks produced a clear, resonant note that joined the choir of the tower's internal life. I reached the secondary tier, a level I hadn't fully observed during my frantic climb. Here the machinery was more delicate, more intimate. If the central sphere was the heart, this was the nervous system. Long, spindly glass tubes filled with mercury-like fluid snaked along the walls, pulsing in time with the great bell's fading echo. Behind crystal panes, rows of tiny ivory-toothed gears spun so fast they appeared as solid, blurred cylinders. These were the short-term variances. I watched as one gear stuttered, a microscopic hiccup in the flow, and a small brass arm reached out automatically to drop a single bead of oil onto the friction point. I was that arm now. I felt a tug in the center of my chest, a phantom sensation like a hook catching on a rib. It wasn't pain, it was a directional pull. I turned toward the eastern wall of the tower where a series of brass viewports were embedded in the masonry. I leaned into one, pressing my face against the cold, circular glass. My vision didn't just magnify, it translated. I wasn't looking at the forest or the valley. I was looking at a sequence of events laid out like a strip of celluloid film. I saw a silver sedan swerving on the interstate 5 miles away. I saw a deer frozen in the headlights, its muscles coiled, its black eyes reflecting a doom that was scheduled for 7:14 p.m. The watch in my pocket, the shattered one that was now a compass, began to vibrate against my thigh. It was humming a low, dissonant frequency. 7:14 p.m. was only 6 minutes away in the world's time, but in the tower's buffered reality, it was already pressing against the glass. The crash was a high-probability not. If the car hit the deer, the driver would die, his daughter in the passenger seat would be maimed, and the resulting traffic jam would delay a surgeon on his way to a hospital, leading to 3 more deaths before midnight. A cascade, a tear in the fabric. The weight of the void, I whispered, the watchmaker's words rattling in my throat like loose marbles. I didn't have to leave the tower. I understood the interface now. Near the viewport was a series of weighted silver cords hanging from the ceiling, each tipped with a sapphire teardrop. I reached out, my fingers trembling. The porcelain skin on my hand felt brittle, and as I gripped the third cord, a thin, jagged crack spiraled up my forearm. I didn't bleed. A faint, golden vapor drifted out of the fissure, smelling of old parchment. I pulled the cord, just a fraction of an inch. Through the viewport, the film shifted. The deer didn't leap. It stayed in the brush, distracted by the sudden, unnatural snap of a twig, a sound I had just manufactured by adjusting the tension in the valley's local timeline. The silver sedan roared past, the driver never knowing how close he had come to the end of his story. The knot untied, the tension in my chest eased, replaced by a cold, hollow ache. I had saved them, but I felt the cost. A small portion of my own maybe was gone. I felt thinner, less substantial, as if my very history were being traded to pay for their future. "You're learning," a voice rasped. I spun around. The watchmaker wasn't there, but his shadow was burned into the stone wall behind me, a dark silhouette that didn't move when I moved my lantern. "The oil isn't enough," the shadow said. "You have to give the machine something to grind. You have to give it your weight." "How much of me is left?" I asked. My voice was losing its timbre, becoming a flat, mechanical drone. "Enough for tonight," the shadow replied, "but the 800 alignment is coming, the great shift. That's when the valley resets its debt to the sun. You'll need to be in the cellar by then. The foundations are shifting." The shadow flickered and died as a cloud passed over the moon outside. I was alone again in the humming dark. I moved toward the spiral staircase that led downward past the entrance deep into the roots of the mountain. The air grew colder, wetter. The smell of ozone was replaced by the scent of wet earth and ancient, stagnant water. This was the cellar the watchmaker had mentioned, the graveyard of seconds. The stairs ended in a vast, vaulted chamber. It looked like a flooded cathedral. The floor was covered in 6 inches of that black, iridescent oil, and the walls were lined with thousands of wooden drawers like an infinite apothecary. This was where the late went. Every time the Clocktower rang late, the discarded minutes, the 7-minute gap, had to go somewhere. Time couldn't be destroyed, it could only be displaced. And here it was. The room was filled with a low, mournful whispering. It sounded like 1,000 voices reciting the same forgotten poem. I waded into the oil. It felt heavy, like liquid lead, clinging to my legs. As I moved, ripples spread out, and where they hit the walls, the drawers would rattle. I walked to the center of the chamber, where a massive stone pillar rose from the oil to support the weight of the entire tower. Embedded in the pillar was a copper wheel, 10 feet in diameter, covered in verdigris. It wasn't turning. It was locked in place by a thick, rusted chain. This was the anchor, the reason the tower stayed in this valley, in this specific fold of reality. I looked at the drawers. Each one was labeled with a date and a time. I found one near eye level, October 14, 1924, 06:42 p.m. I opened it. Inside was a small, dried flower and a rusted iron key. As soon as the air hit them, they turned to dust, and a wave of pure, unadulterated grief washed over me. I saw a woman standing by the tracks, waiting for a train that never came. I felt her heart break in slow motion, a process that had been preserved in this drawer for nearly a century. I realized then what the tower really was. It wasn't just a clock. It was a shock absorber for the soul of the world. It took the moments that were too heavy to carry, the tragedies, the near misses, the unbearable silences, and it tucked them away in the dark so the rest of the world could keep moving without tripping over its own sorrow. But the cellar was full. The drawers were bulging, the oil was rising. The 7-minute buffer was no longer a luxury, it was a leak. The tower was straining to hold back a century of accumulated late, and the rusted chain on the copper wheel was the only thing keeping the whole reservoir from bursting. I heard a groan of metal from far above. The 800 alignment was beginning. The entire tower began to rotate, not the stone walls, but the internal reality of the place. The oil in the cellar began to swirl, forming a slow, black whirlpool around the central pillar. The whispering grew louder, rising to a roar of static. I reached for the copper wheel. I knew what I had to do, though the knowledge felt like it had been etched into my brain with an acid needle. I had to release the chain. I had to let the late flow, but I had to meter it, to bleed it back into the world so slowly that no one would notice the seconds stretching. I grabbed the chain. It was freezing, the cold biting through my porcelain skin. I pulled. The rust cracked, the links groaned. My shoulder joint made a sound like a dry bearing, a harsh, screeching protest. I planted my feet in the oil and threw my entire weight, what was left of it, into the effort. With a sound like a gunshot, the first link snapped. The copper wheel began to turn. Slowly, agonizingly, it ground against the stone pillar. As it moved, the oil began to drain through hidden sluices in the floor, disappearing into the deep aquifers of the mountain. The whispering stopped. I felt a sudden, violent surge of images. I was the woman on the platform in 1924. I was the driver of the silver sedan. I was the watchmaker 1,000 years ago building this place out of starlight and spite. I was the bridge, the steel, the rivets, the cold water of the gorge. I was the 7 minutes. I gripped the wheel, my hands merging with the copper. The cracks on my skin were widening now, glowing with that amber light from the tower's core. I could feel my memories being pulled out of me, the smell of my mother's kitchen, the sound of my first car's engine, the face of a girl I had loved in college. They were being fed into the wheel, used as lubricant for the great shift. I didn't fight it, I gave it all. As the wheel reached its full rotation, a deep, resonant hum vibrated through the floor. The 800 alignment was complete. The debt was paid. The oil was gone, leaving only a thin, shimmering film on the stone. The tower felt lighter, the air clearer. Upstairs, the great bell rang once. A pure silver tone that seemed to wash the cellar clean. I let go of the wheel. My hands stayed copper-colored for a moment before fading back to the pale, cracked porcelain. I was exhausted, a hollow shell of a man, but the rhythm was steady. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I walked back to the stairs, my movements slow and deliberate. As I climbed out of the cellar, I passed the entrance to the tower. The door was still there, solid and oak, but I knew I couldn't go through it. Not yet. I belonged to the machinery now. I was the ghost in the gears, the man in the wool coat who made sure the sun rose 7 minutes late. I reached the main platform again. The watchmaker's shadow was gone. The central sphere was spinning with a quiet, efficient whir, the white sparks of time falling like gentle rain. I walked to the window and looked out. The valley was bathed in the first light of a pre-dawn that shouldn't have existed yet. The stars were still out, but the horizon was beginning to bleed a soft, bruised purple. I pulled the copper watch from my pocket. The glass was still shattered, the hands still missing. But as I watched, a single golden hand began to grow from the center of the dial. It didn't move in circles. It pointed straight ahead toward the future. I checked the time. It was 8:07 a.m. The world was waking up. People were reaching for their alarms, grumbling about the cold, brewing their coffee. They would look at their clocks and think they had overslept by 7 minutes. They would hurry to their cars, cursing the delay, never knowing that those 7 minutes were a gift, a buffer, a space between the strike and the spark. I leaned my head against the cool stone of the window frame. I could feel the gears turning beneath my feet, the heartbeat of the world pulsing in my marrow. I wasn't Elias anymore. Elias was a story that had ended at 6:42 p.m. on a Friday. I was the guardian of the gap. And as the sun finally broke over the ridge exactly 7 minutes after it was supposed to, I felt a strange, mechanical peace. The world was broken, yes. It was a fragile, ticking masterpiece of errors and accidents. But as long as I was here, as long as the tower held its breath, the clock would keep turning. I picked up the silver oil can and began to climb toward the 900 gears. There was a hitch forming in a small town 3 counties over. A child was about to lose a balloon, and the grief would be enough to stall a second. I had work to do. The stairs seemed to multiply as I ascended, the stone steps worn into smooth, shallow bowls by the feet of those who had come before me, or perhaps by the sheer pressure of time itself. My porcelain skin brushed against the damp masonry, and I felt the history of the tower leaking into my marrow. It wasn't just a building, it was a physical manifestation of a promise made to a chaotic universe. It was the weight in the middle of a scream, the not yet that saved a life. I reached the 900 manifold, a dizzying array of vertical shafts and horizontal flywheels that governed the transition from morning reflection to midday labor. This was the sector of the small hurries. Here, the gears were made of a pale, translucent alloy that hummed with the frantic energy of school buses, boiling kettles, and the quickening pulses of people realizing they were behind schedule. I saw the hitch the tower had warned me about. In a viewport overlooking a suburban cul-de-sac 40 miles to the east, a red balloon was snagged on the sharp branch of a hawthorn tree. A 6-year-old boy stood beneath it, his face crumpling, his lungs filling for a sob that would carry a frequency of pure concentrated disappointment. In the grand calculus of the universe, a lost balloon was nothing. But in the Clocktower, every tremor of the heart was a vibration that could loosen a bolt. If that boy cried, the sorrow would ripple through the local air, slightly thickening the humidity, which would cause a postal truck's brakes to slip on a slick patch of road 2 streets over. I didn't reach for a cord this time. I reached for a small, brass tuning fork hanging from a hook on the manifold. I struck it against the spinning flywheel of the 900 gear. The note was high and sweet, a crystalline D-sharp that shivered through the glass of the viewport. 40 miles away, a sudden, localized gust of wind, exactly the temperature of a mother's breath, lifted the red balloon. It didn't pop, It didn't tear. It simply slid off the thorn and drifted down into the boy's waiting hands. The sob died in his throat, replaced by a gasp of wonder. The gear in front of me smoothed out, its frantic rattling subsiding into a rhythmic purr. I wiped a bead of golden oil from the casing with my thumb. The crack on my hand had branched again, a delicate web of fractures that looked like the map of a city I had never visited. I was becoming a mosaic of lived moments. "You're meddling," a voice whispered. It wasn't the watchmaker this time, it was the tower itself. The sound came from the vibration of the floorboards, the groan of the joists, the whistling of the wind through the belfry slats. "I'm maintaining," I replied, my voice sounding more like a flute than a human throat. "There is a difference between oiling the machine and changing the music," the tower vibrated. "If you save the balloon, you steal the lesson of loss. If you steal the loss, the 10:00 hour will be heavier. The debt always finds a way to the ledger." I paused, the tuning fork still humming in my hand. Then why am I here? Why does the tower ring late at all? "To give them time to choose," the tower groaned. "We do not prevent the end. We only provide the margin. The 7 minutes are a prayer, Elias, a space where the soul can catch up to the body. If you use them to fix every broken toy, you will run out of yourself before the noon bell." I looked down at my porcelain chest. Through the translucent surface, I could see the gears of my heart. They were beautiful, intricate, and terrifyingly fast. One of them, a small copper sprocket, had a tiny chip in its tooth. "How long did the last one last?" I asked. "Long enough to forget his name," the tower replied, "just as you are doing." I tried to remember my last name. Thorne, Thompson. No, it was gone, dissolved in the black oil of the cellar or traded for the life of the man in the silver sedan. I was just Elias now, or perhaps I was just the inspector. I moved upward again. The 10:00 level was the hour of industry. The machinery here was massive, cast iron and smelling of coal smoke and sweat. This was the gearwork that managed the collective output of the world, the factories, the offices, the heavy lifting of civilization. It felt sluggish. A layer of grime, thick as tar, had settled over the main drive chain. I opened my silver oil can. The liquid inside was no longer clear. It was a shimmering, iridescent violet. I began to apply it to the links of the chain. As the oil touched the iron, the grime didn't just dissolve, it screamed. It was the sound of 1,000 bored office workers, the frustration of 1,000,000 stuck bolts, the exhaustion of the world's labor. I worked for what felt like hours, though the clock on the wall insisted it had only been 40 seconds. Time in the tower was an accordion, stretching and folding at the whim of the great sphere. By the time I reached the 11:00 transition, my joints were screaming. The porcelain was becoming heavy, more like marble now, and every movement required a conscious effort of will. I was becoming a statue in motion. I leaned against a cooling vent, the air smelling of ozone and old library books. Through the slats, I saw a flicker of movement. A girl was standing on the narrow catwalk outside the belfry. She couldn't have been more than 20. She wore a yellow raincoat that stood out like a flame against the gray stone of the tower. Her hair was soaked, clinging to her face in dark ribbons. She wasn't looking at the view. She was looking at the door, the heavy oak door that I had entered through, which was now hundreds of feet below her. She shouldn't have been there. The tower had no external stairs. How did you get up here? I shouted, my voice echoing strangely in the metallic chamber. She turned, her eyes were wide, but they weren't the eyes of a person who was afraid. They were the eyes of someone who was looking for a missing piece of a puzzle. I followed the sound, she said. Her voice was thin, but it cut through the roar of the gears with impossible clarity. Everyone else hears a bell. I hear a heartbeat. It's been getting louder all morning. I moved toward the window, my porcelain feet clicking on the iron floor. You need to leave. This place, it isn't for people. You're a person, she said, stepping closer to the glass. She pointed a trembling finger at my face. Or you were. I recognize your coat. You're the man from the city, the one who came to fix the clock. I looked down at my sleeve. The wool was frayed, stained with oil and gold dust, but it was still the coat I had worn when I stepped off the train. I'm not fixing it anymore, I said. I'm part of it. Then let me in, she pleaded. The world out there, it's starting to stutter. I saw a bird freeze in midair for 3 seconds. I saw the sun jump backward. People are noticing, Elias. The 7 minutes aren't enough anymore. The gap is leaking. A cold dread settled in my gear-driven guts. I looked at the 1100 manifold. It was vibrating violently. The violet oil I had applied was turning black, bubbling as if it were being boiled from within. The tower groaned, a deep, tectonic sound that shook the very foundations of the mountain. The 1200 alignment, I whispered. What is it? She asked, her face pressed against the glass. The noon strike, I said. It's not just a time, it's a reset. The tower has to dump the entire morning's worth of late back into the world to prepare for the afternoon. If the seals don't hold, if the gap isn't managed. The world catches up all at once, she finished, her voice trembling. I saw it then in my mind's eye. The silver sedan crashing into the deer, the boy losing his balloon, the woman waiting forever on the platform, thousands of small tragedies deferred by the tower suddenly slamming back into reality in a single catastrophic second. The world would buckle under the weight of its own postponed history. I have to get to the great sphere, I said, turning away from her. Wait, she cried, hammering on the glass. Take me with you, I can help. You can't, I said, my voice breaking. To stay here, you have to give up your maybe. You have to become permanent. Look at me, Sarah. I didn't know how I knew her name. It just appeared in my mind, a discarded scrap of data from the cellar. She stopped hammering. She looked at my hands, the cracks, the copper, the porcelain. She looked at my eyes, which I knew were now nothing but spinning brass iris rings. I don't care, she said, her voice steadying. The world is stopping, Elias. If I stay out there, I'm just a ghost in a frozen world. If I come in there, at least I'm a gear in a working one. The tower shuddered again. A pane of glass in the 1100 manifold shattered, spraying shards of crystal across the floor. The black oil began to spray out, coating everything in a foul-smelling sludge. The noon strike was 10 minutes away. I looked at the girl in the yellow raincoat. She was a high-probability knot. If I let her in, the tower would change. The balance would shift. But if I left her out there, she would be the first thing torn apart when the 1200 alignment hit. I reached for the latch of the window. The debt always finds a way to the ledger, I muttered, echoing the tower's warning. I pulled the window open. The wind howled into the chamber, carrying the scent of pine and impending rain. I reached out a porcelain hand, the cracks glowing a fierce, warning amber. She took it. Her skin was warm, so terrifyingly warm that it felt like it would melt my fingers. I pulled her inside just as a massive surge of energy rippled through the tower. The great bell above us gave a low, preemptive toll, a warning shot across the bow of reality. "Where do we go?" she asked, shivering as she looked at the roaring machinery. "To the center," I said, my voice grinding like stones. "We have to hold the sphere. We have to be the friction." We began to climb. The 1100 level was a nightmare of failing parts. Steam hissed from broken pipes and the smell of burning rubber filled the air. The light was no longer a liquid. It was becoming a gas, a thick gray fog that blurred the edges of the room. As we reached the final ladder leading to the great sphere, I felt my legs begin to lock. The porcelain was hardening, turning into the same gray stone as the tower walls. "I can't move," I gasped, falling to my knees on the catwalk. Sarah grabbed my arm, trying to haul me up. "You have to, we're almost there." "The weight," I whispered, "it's too much. The tower, it's taking the rest of me to hold the 1200 gear." I looked up. The great sphere was directly above us, a sun made of brass and secrets. It was spinning so fast it was humming a note that made my teeth ache. The 7-minute gap was visible now, a shimmering, translucent ring of distorted air surrounding the sphere like the halo of a dying star. The ring was flickering. It was breaking apart. "Take the oil," I said, handing her the silver can, the central spindle. It needs the violet, not the black, the violet." "Elias, no," she said, her eyes filling with tears. "Go," I roared, the sound echoing with the power of the great bell. She took the can and scrambled up the ladder. I watched her, a small flame of yellow in the heart of the storm. She reached the spindle, the very axis of the world's time, and began to pour. I felt it. The violet oil didn't just lubricate the metal. It flowed into me. It flowed into the tower. It was the essence of the maybe, the hope that things could be different. I forced myself up. My legs groaned, the stone cracking with every inch of movement. I crawled toward the main override lever, a massive iron bar that controlled the release of the noon strike. The clock on the wall hit 11:59 and 53 seconds. The tower screamed. The wind outside became a hurricane. The gray fog of late thickened, threatening to drown us both. I grabbed the lever. Sarah was still at the spindle, her hands covered in iridescent oil, her yellow raincoat flapping in the gale. She looked down at me, and for a second the roar of the machinery faded. Now she screamed. I pulled. The lever didn't move. It was rusted shut by a century of unreleased sorrow. I threw my entire being into it, my memories of the city, my name, the feeling of the sun on my skin, the sound of the train whistle. I gave the machine everything I was and everything I would never be. With a sound that shattered every window in the belfry, the lever gave way. The great bell struck 12. But it didn't sound like a bell, it sounded like a heartbeat. A massive wave of golden light erupted from the sphere, washing over us through the walls and out into the valley. I saw the gray fog vanish, sucked back into the gears. I saw the flickering ring of the 7-minute gap stabilize, turning into a solid, glowing orbit. The world didn't catch up, it didn't break. It simply breathed. The 12:00 strike echoed out across the trees, across the highway, across the city. People stopped what they were doing. They looked at their watches. They felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of relief, as if a heavy burden they hadn't known they were carrying had suddenly been lifted. The Clocktower was no longer late. For the first time in 100 years, it was exactly on time. I slumped against the lever, my body almost entirely stone now. My vision was fading, the brass rings of my eyes slowing their spin. I felt a hand on my shoulder, a warm human hand. "We did it," Sarah whispered. I looked up at her. She wasn't turning into porcelain. She wasn't turning into stone. The oil on her hands was glowing, a soft, protective light that seemed to shield her from the tower's hunger. "You have to go," I rasped. "The 12:00 cycle is over. The door, it will open for 1 minute." "I'm not leaving you here," she said. "I am the tower now, Sarah," I said, and I realized it was true. I could feel every gear, every bolt, every second of the valley's life. I wasn't a man in a machine. I was the machine's soul. But you're the oil, you're the maybe. Go back out there. Keep the world from getting too heavy. She looked at me for a long time. Then she leaned down and kissed my stone forehead. "I'll listen for you," she said. She turned and ran down the stairs, her yellow raincoat disappearing into the shadows. I sat in the silence of the 12:01 hour. The great sphere spun softly above me, a contented cat of a machine. The 7-minute gap was still there, but it was different now, integrated, a part of the natural rhythm. I closed my eyes. I could feel the silver sedan driving safely home. I could feel the boy playing with his red balloon. I could feel the woman on the platform finally deciding to walk home, finding a new path. The Clocktower rang on time, the people in the town would say. They would check their watches, smile, and go back to their lives. They would never know that the punctuality was a new kind of miracle. I reached out a stone hand and adjusted a small ivory gear. 100 was coming, and there was work to do. There was always work to do. The 100 manifold was different. If the morning had been a frantic climb through the anxieties of beginning, the first hour of the afternoon was a heavy, honey-thick transition. It was the hour of digestion, of post-lunch lethargy, and the slow, grinding realization that the day was half spent. The gears here were not made of translucent alloy or polished brass. They were hewn from dark basalt and weathered oak, smelling of damp earth and old parchment. They didn't hum, they thrummed with a low-frequency vibration that I felt in the marrow of my stone shins. I sat by the main driveshaft of the 100 sector, my back against a pillar of cooling iron. I was no longer Elias in any sense that a mirror would recognize. My coat had fused with my skin, the wool fibers becoming a gray, calcified rind. My left arm was fixed in a permanent curve, a biological bracket designed to cradle the primary cooling pipe. I didn't mind. The pain that had defined my ascent, the screaming of nerves and the snapping of porcelain, had subsided into a vast, oceanic awareness. I didn't just hear the tower, I felt the pulse of the valley as if it were my own blood. 40 miles away, a woman in a library let out a long, weary sigh as she looked at a stack of unfiled records. That sigh traveled through the air, a microscopic pressure wave, and entered the tower through a copper intake vent. I felt it as a tiny grit of sand in the 100 gears. I reached out with a finger that was now a slender, tapered stylus and nudged a counterweight. The grit vanished. The woman in the library blinked, felt a sudden, inexplicable spark of resolve, and picked up the first folder. Efficiency is a lonely virtue. The tower vibrated. It's not efficiency, I whispered, my voice a dry rattle of pebbles. It's grace. Grace is a leak in the system, the tower countered. The great sphere above me shifted its rotation, a massive, silent adjustment that sent a ripple of heat through the floorboards. You saved the girl. You let her carry the violet oil back into the world. Do you know what you've done? I looked at the palm of my right hand. A single drop of the iridescent violet oil remained, trapped in a crack in my stone skin like a prehistoric insect in amber. I gave them a choice. You gave them a contagion, the tower groaned. The violet oil is the essence of the unwritten. It is the fluid of the 7 minutes. By letting her take it out there, you have introduced a variable the ledger cannot calculate. People will start to remember the things that didn't happen. They will mourn the lives they almost lived. You haven't made them happy, Elias. You've made them haunted. I watched a small copper beetle, a maintenance automaton I hadn't noticed before, scuttle across my knee to polish a tarnished bolt. Better to be haunted by a possibility than crushed by a certainty. The 100 hour deepened. The light through the belfry slats turned a dusty, bruised purple. This was the hour when the small hurries of the morning gave way to the long delays. I saw a train stalled on a siding 3 towns over. A signal failure. In the old regime, before I pulled the lever, that delay would have cascaded. It would have caused a missed connection in the city, which would have led to a cancelled dinner, which would have led to an argument, which would have ended a marriage. I saw the chain of causality stretching out like a web of black glass. I reached for the 100 manifold. My stone fingers were clumsy, but I didn't need precision anymore. I needed intent. I leaned my weight against the basalt gear, slowing its rotation by a fraction of a millimeter. In the world outside, the signalman on the tracks found a loose wire he'd missed twice before. He twisted it tight. The light turned green. The train moved. The marriage was saved, or at least deferred for another day. But as the gear yielded to my pressure, I felt a sharp, crystalline snap in my chest. A new crack appeared on my sternum, glowing with a harsh, white light. The debt, I wheezed. Always, the tower replied. I realized then the true nature of the watchmaker's bargain. The tower didn't just manage time, it absorbed the friction of existence. Every tragedy averted here had to be paid for in the structural integrity of the inspector. I wasn't just the oiler, I was the shock absorber. I was the one who took the dent so the world could stay smooth. I looked up toward the 200 level. The machinery there was even larger, a cathedral of bronze pistons that managed the weight of ambition. It looked daunting, a vertical climb that my hardening limbs might not be able to manage. Then I saw it. On the floor near the ladder Sarah had climbed was a splash of yellow. It was a strip of fabric from her raincoat caught on a jagged piece of the 1100 wreckage. It shouldn't have been there. Everything from the before was supposed to be scrubbed clean by the noon strike. I crawled toward it, my stone joints grinding like a mill. I picked up the yellow scrap. It felt warm. It felt like a heartbeat. As I touched it, a vision flooded my mind, not a vision of the tower, but a vision of the world. I saw Sarah walking down the mountain path. She was stopping to touch the bark of a pine tree. Everywhere she went, the air seemed to shimmer just slightly. A bird landed on her shoulder. A man passing her on the trail tipped his hat and smiled, a genuine, unforced smile that he hadn't felt in years. She was the leak. She was carrying the 7 minutes with her, spreading the margin into the mundane world. The tower shuddered, a violent, angry spasm. She is a parasite, the tower hissed. She is drawing from the great sphere. She is stealing the stillness. No, I said, clutching the yellow fabric to my stone chest. She's sharing it. The 200 bell began to prepare its strike. The sound was like a hammer hitting an anvil covered in velvet, deep, resonant, demanding. I felt a surge of energy from the great sphere, a golden pulse that tried to push me back, to pin me against the wall and turn me into a permanent fixture of the 100 hour. The tower wanted me finished. It wanted its inspector to be a statue, a silent witness who no longer meddled. I forced myself to stand. The stone of my legs cracked, shedding gray flakes like snow. I used the iron railing to haul myself toward the 200 ladder. I am not done, I told the wind. You are breaking, the tower vibrated. If you reach the 300 level, there will be nothing left of the man who stepped off the train. You will be a gargoyle, Elias, a hollow shell filled with gears. Then I will be a gargoyle who keeps the time, I replied. I reached the first rung of the 200 ladder. It was hot to the touch, vibrating with the power of the afternoon's industrial might. I began to climb. With every step, I felt a memory slip away. I forgot the smell of rain on hot asphalt. I forgot the taste of a cold beer after a long day. I forgot the color of my mother's eyes. They were being traded one by one for the strength to lift my feet. But I kept the yellow scrap tucked into the crack in my chest. As I reached the 200 platform, I looked out the belfry window. The sun was beginning its long, slow descent toward the horizon. The shadows were lengthening, stretching across the valley like the fingers of a giant. I saw the town. It looked different. The stutter that Sarah had described, the freezing birds, the jumping sun was gone, but in its place was something more subtle. The town looked like it was breathing in unison. The smoke from the chimneys, the movement of the cars, the sway of the trees, it was all part of a single, complex melody. The 7 minutes were no longer a gap at the end of the morning. They were being woven into every second of the day. I reached for the 200 manifold. The gears here were massive, moving with a slow, irresistible force. They represented the collective will of the world, the momentum of history. I saw a hitch. A conflict was brewing in a boardroom in a city across the ocean. Greed was grinding against necessity. A decision was about to be made that would lead to a famine in a decade's time. It was a tiny misalignment, a gear tooth out of place in the grand machinery of the 200 hour. I didn't have a tuning fork this time. I didn't have violet oil. I reached out my stone hand and jammed my fingers directly into the teeth of the massive bronze gears. The pain was absolute. It was the sound of a mountain being crushed. My stone fingers were ground to dust, my arm shattered up to the elbow. But the gear slowed, the momentum shifted. In the boardroom across the ocean, a man paused. He looked at the contract. He felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of vertigo, as if he were standing on the edge of a great height. He put his pen down. "Not today," he said. The gear smoothed out. The hitch was gone. I slumped against the manifold, my right arm a jagged stump of gray rock. The white light in my chest was blinding now, a sun trapped in a tomb. "Why?" the tower asked, its voice almost soft, almost human. "Why do you destroy yourself for them? They will never know, they will never thank you. To them, the clock just rings." I looked at the yellow scrap of fabric, still glowing in the dark. "Because I remember the sound of the heartbeat," I said. I looked up. The 300 level was waiting. The hour of the long shadows. The hour when the world begins to turn toward home. I began to crawl toward the next ladder. I was a ruin of a man, a broken toy in a cosmic clockwork. But as I moved, I felt a strange lightness. The stone wasn't just heavy, it was a shell, and inside the shell something else was growing. I reached the 300 transition. The air here was cool and smelled of lavender and evening mist. The machinery was delicate, made of silver and glass. This was the hour of reflection, of the first thoughts of the evening. I looked at the silver gears. They were beautiful, they were fragile. I reached out my remaining hand. The stone was starting to peel away, revealing a core of pure, shimmering light. I wasn't becoming the tower, I was becoming the 7 minutes. I looked down at the valley one last time. I saw a girl in a yellow raincoat standing at the edge of the forest, looking up at the mountain. She couldn't see me, but she waved. I waved back with a hand made of light. The 300 bell struck. It was the sweetest sound I had ever heard. I turned back to the gears. The afternoon was only beginning, and there were so many hearts that needed to find their rhythm. I reached for the silver manifold, and the world slowed down to meet me. The 300 manifold was a cathedral of suspended glass and quicksilver. If the previous hours had been defined by the grinding of tectonic plates and the shriek of industrial friction, this level was a haunting, melodic stillness. The gears here did not interlock with teeth of iron. They floated in magnetic induction, spinning so fast they appeared motionless, humming a note that sat right at the edge of human hearing. This was the hour of the longing, the moment in the mid-afternoon when the momentum of the day's labor falters and the soul begins to cast its gaze toward the horizon, wondering if there is more to life than the ticking of the stack. I dragged my calcified lower half across the translucent floor. My legs were no longer mine. They were twin pillars of salt and soot, fused together into a singular heavy base that anchored me to the tower's limestone marrow. My right arm was a jagged stump, the crystalline fracture at the shoulder weeping a slow, rhythmic drip of violet light that sizzled when it hit the glass. I should have been dead. By every law of biology and physics I had ever studied in the quiet libraries of my youth, I should have been a corpse. But the tower did not permit death. It only permitted transition. I was the inspector, and the 300 hour was bleeding. I could see the leak. It wasn't a physical break in a pipe or a snapped belt. It was a distortion in the light. A shimmering, oily film was coating the silver gears, slowing them with the weight of collective regret. 3:00 p.m. is when the realization hits. The realization that the goals set at dawn will not be met, that the letter will not be written, that the apology will not be spoken. It is the hour of the great procrastination. I reached out with my left hand, the hand that still possessed fingers, though they were now translucent as frosted glass, and touched the central spindle of the 300 array. The vision hit me like a physical blow. I saw 1,000 offices, 1,000 kitchens, 1,000 park benches. I saw a man staring at a telephone, his thumb hovering over a name he hadn't called in 5 years. I saw a student closing a book, the weight of the future suddenly too heavy to lift. I saw the late taking root. It wasn't a fog anymore, it was a paralysis. The world was beginning to stutter again, not because the machinery was broken, but because the people were giving up. They were falling out of sync with their own lives. The 300 drag, the tower whispered through the vibrations in my spine. It is the heaviest of all. You cannot lift it, Elias. You are a pebble trying to stop an avalanche of sorrow. I don't have to lift it, I rasped. My throat felt like it was lined with sandpaper and crushed diamonds. I just have to give it a beat. I looked at the yellow scrap of Sarah's raincoat pinned to my chest. It was the only opaque thing in this world of glass and light. It was a reminder of the mundane, the messy, and the marvelous. I reached into the crack in my sternum where the white light of the noon strike still pulsed, and I pulled. It felt like tearing my own ribs out. I dragged a handful of that raw, unrefined now out of my chest. It was a searing, liquid gold that burned the glass floor. I didn't pour it into the gears. I poured it into the silver reservoir of the 300 pendulum, the great oscillator that regulated the heartbeat of the valley's afternoon. The reaction was instantaneous. The silver mercury in the reservoir boiled. The glass gears began to glow with an inner fire, turning from cold moonlight to the warm, amber hue of a setting sun. Down in the valley, the man staring at the telephone felt a sudden, sharp pang of courage. He didn't think, he just pressed call. The student opened the book again, finding a sentence that suddenly made sense. The paralysis broke. The maybe that Sarah carried was working in tandem with the now I was providing. But the cost was a debt that had to be settled in flesh. My left hand began to turn to glass. I watched, fascinated and horrified, as the skin transmuted into a hard, refractive crystal. The transformation moved up my wrist, swallowing the pulse point, climbing toward the elbow. I was becoming part of the 300 manifold. I was the bridge between the golden light of the strike and the silver frailty of the hour. 4 o'clock is coming, the tower warned. The great sphere above me began to shift again, its rotation becoming more complex, more demanding. The hour of the return, the rush, the collision of paths. You have nothing left to give, Inspector. You are nearly spent. I looked at my glass hand. I could see the gears of the tower through my own palm. I was becoming a ghost of optics and angles. I have the 7 minutes, I whispered. I realized then that the watchmaker hadn't just built a clock, he had built a filter. The world was too fast, too heavy, too relentless for the human heart to endure without a buffer. The 7 minutes weren't a mistake, they were a sanctuary. They were the space between the inhale and the exhale, and for a century that sanctuary had been closed, locked away by the late that had curdled into a curse. By pulling that lever at noon, I hadn't just fixed the time. I had reopened the borders of the unfinished. I began the climb to the 400 level. This was the hardest yet. My lower body was a dead weight of stone, and my upper body was a fragile lattice of glass. Every movement threatened to shatter me or crush me under my own gravity. I had to use my stump of an arm as a lever, wedging it into the rungs of the ladder and hauling myself up by sheer, stubborn will. As I breached the floor of the 400 sector, the atmosphere changed drastically. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and burnt coffee. This was the level of the Great Convergence. Thousands of bronze tracks crisscrossed the ceiling, carrying heavy lead weights that represented the homeward journeys of every soul in the valley. This was the hour of accidents, the hour of the missed turn, the sudden break, the tired eye. The machinery here was violent. Piston-driven hammers slammed into brass plates to signal the passage of trains and buses. The noise was a rhythmic, punishing thunder. I could see the friction here was literal. Sparks showered from the tracks as the lead weights accelerated. The tower was struggling to keep the paths from crossing. The 400 rush, the tower groaned. Too many wills, too many directions. The system is overheating. I saw a lead weight, a father driving home to see his daughters play, speeding toward a junction. Another weight, a delivery driver falling asleep at the wheel, was on a collision course. In the old world, the late would have slowed them both into a sluggish, miserable crawl, preventing the crash but prolonging the agony of the day. Now they were moving at the speed of life, and life was dangerous. I didn't have any more light in my chest. I didn't have any more violet oil. I looked at my glass arm. It was beautiful, catching the sparks of the 400 machinery and turning them into rainbows. I knew what I had to do. I crawled toward the junction of the bronze tracks. The heat was immense, melting the stone of my legs into a sticky, tar-like substance. I reached up with my glass hand and grasped the primary switching rail. "If you do this," the tower said, and for the first time its voice held a note of something like pity, "you will lose the memory of her. The glass cannot hold the warmth of a human face. You will be pure calculation, pure light." I looked at the yellow scrap of fabric. It was starting to singe in the heat of the 400 hour. "Then let her be the memory for both of us," I said. I squeezed the rail. I channeled the entirety of my glass being into the switch. I became the refraction. I became the lens. I saw the father's car and the delivery truck. I didn't slow them down. I didn't stop them. I simply shifted the light. I created a momentary glare on the delivery driver's windshield, a flash of golden 300 light that I had stored in my marrow. He winced, sat up straighter, and tapped his brakes. The father's car zipped through the intersection, a blur of blue paint and safety. The collision didn't happen, but the feedback loop shattered my glass arm. I fell back onto the floor, the shards of my left limb tinkling like wind chimes as they scattered across the bronze plates. I was now a torso of stone and a head of brass, pinned to the center of the 400 hour. I lay there as the 400 bell struck. It was a harsh, metallic sound, the sound of a gate closing. The shadows in the tower were now very long indeed. They weren't gray anymore. They were a deep velvet blue, the color of the sky just before the stars come out. 401, I whispered. I felt a presence near me, not the tower, something else. I turned my head, the gears in my neck clicking with the effort. Standing by the 400 ladder was a figure. It wasn't Sarah. It was a man in a tattered coat, his face obscured by a veil of drifting smoke. He carried a toolkit made of bone and silver. "The watchmaker," I said, the name tasting like cold iron. "You've done well, Elias," the figure said. His voice was the sound of 1,000 clocks ticking in an empty room. Most inspectors don't make it past the noon strike. They let the late consume them. They become statues of sorrow before the sun even reaches its peak. "The tower, it's hungry," I said. "The tower is a mirror," the watchmaker replied, stepping closer. He knelt beside my broken form. He picked up a shard of my glass arm and held it to the light. "It doesn't want your pain. It only reflects the weight of the world you choose to carry. You chose to carry the maybe. That is a heavy burden for a man of stone." "The world is on time," I said, a flicker of pride warming my brass heart. "For now," the watchmaker said. He reached into his toolkit and pulled out a small, glowing vial of liquid shadow. "But the day is long and the night is longer. 500 is the hour of the threshold. It is when the work ends and the haunting begins. Do you have the strength for the twilight, Elias?" I looked at the yellow scrap of fabric. It was almost gone now, a charred cinder. "I have to see it through," I said. "I have to finish the cycle." The watchmaker nodded. He uncorked the vial of shadow and poured it into the cracks of my stone chest. It didn't burn, it was cold. It was the cold of a winter night, the cold of a deep well. It flowed into my hollow spaces, knitting the stone and the glass together with threads of darkness. "This will help you move," the watchmaker said, rising to his feet. "But remember, the shadow has a price. By 600, you will no longer be able to see the sun. You will be a creature of the gears entirely." "I am the tower now," I repeated, the words sounding more like a vow than a realization. The watchmaker faded into the blue shadows of the 400 hour, leaving behind only the scent of ozone and the ticking of a pocket watch. I felt a new kind of strength. It wasn't the frantic energy of the morning or the burning light of the noon. It was a slow, inevitable power. I pushed myself up. My legs, now reinforced with shadow, didn't crack. They glided. My missing arms were replaced by limbs of solidified smoke, semi-substantial but capable of gripping the iron reality of the tower. I approached the 500 ladder. Outside, the valley was bathed in a glorious, dying light. The trees were tipped with gold and the river was a ribbon of fire. People were arriving home. They were hugging their children. They were putting on kettles for tea. They were happy. I reached the 500 platform. The machinery here was silent. No gears, no pistons, no glass. It was a field of 1,000 bells, all suspended from the ceiling by threads of silk. This was the hour of the echo. The 500 hour was not about movement, it was about resonance. It was the hour when the events of the day were weighed and turned into memories. Every chime of these small bells represented a thought, a word, a look. But the bells were tangled. A thick black web of what-ifs had grown between them, dampening their sound. The web was spun from the 7 minutes. Because the world was no longer late, the people had more time to think, and in that time they were weaving webs of anxiety. What if I hadn't made that call? What if the train had crashed? What if the violet light was a dream? The 7 minutes were a gift, but they were also a burden. Without the late to blame for their failures, the people were starting to blame themselves. I stood in the center of the field of bells. My shadow limbs felt the tension in the silk threads. I realized that my job wasn't just to keep the clock on time. It was to keep the time from becoming a prison. I reached out and began to play the bells. I didn't strike them with force. I brushed them with my smoke fingers, sending a ripple of vibration through the web. I began to hum, a low, resonant tone that I felt in the very foundation of the tower. I sang the song of the 7 minutes. I told the bells that the maybe was not a threat. I told them that the unwritten was not a void to be feared, but a space to be filled. I channeled the memory of Sarah's kiss, the smell of the violet oil, and the sound of the great bell's heartbeat. The web began to glow. The black threads of what if turned into silver threads of why not. The bells began to chime on their own, a soft, cascading carillon that drifted out of the belfry and over the valley like a benediction. Down below, the woman in the library stopped filing and looked out the window. She didn't feel haunted. She felt lucky. The man who had made the call laughed into the receiver, a sound of pure, unadulterated relief. The 5:00 hour was no longer a threshold of dread. It was a harbor. But as the bells chimed, I felt my own boundaries dissolving. The shadow liquid the watchmaker had given me was merging with the silk of the bells. I was being stretched thin, my consciousness expanding to cover every note, every thread, every memory of the valley. I was losing the Elias that remained. I looked down at my chest. The yellow scrap of fabric was gone. In its place was a small, glowing ember of violet light. The 6:00 hour was looming, the hour of the sunset, the hour when the inspector's first day would end. I knew that 6:00 was the point of no return. If I stayed for the 6:00 strike, I would never leave the tower. I would become a permanent part of the great sphere, a ghost in the machine for the next 100 years until the next inspector arrived. I could see the door at the base of the tower. It was still there, a tiny rectangle of fading light. I could still make it. I could descend the ladders, shed the stone and the glass and the shadow, and walk out into the evening air. I could find Sarah. We could leave this valley and find a place where the clocks were just clocks. The tower felt my hesitation. Go, the machinery hummed. The 6:00 manifold is the heaviest of all. It is the hour of the reckoning. You have given enough, Elias. Let the world find its own way through the dark. I looked at the field of bells. They were still chiming, but the silver threads were starting to tarnish. The late was always waiting at the edges of the world, hungry for a way back in. If I left, the tower would fall back into its old rhythms. The 7 minutes would become a gap again. The world would become heavy, gray, and slow. I thought of the boy with the red balloon. I thought of the woman on the platform. I thought of Sarah, listening for me in the quiet of the evening. I didn't move toward the ladder. I moved toward the 6:00 stairs. They weren't made of wood or stone or glass. They were made of pure sound. I stepped onto the first note of the 6:00 climb. The world below me vanished. The valley, the town, the highway, they all dissolved into a sea of indigo and gold. There was only the tower, rising forever into the darkening sky. I reached the 6:00 platform. Here, at the very summit of the Clocktower, sat the great sphere. It was no longer a cat-like machine of brass. It was a sun, a dying, beautiful sun that contained the heartbeat of the world. I saw the 7-minute gap. It was a ring of violet fire circling the sphere, stable and bright. and in the center of the sphere I saw the seat. It was a chair made of gears and starlight, positioned directly over the main override lever. I walked toward it. My shadow body was now a silhouette against the brilliance of the sphere. I was no longer a man. I was a punctuation mark in the sentence of time. I sat in the chair. The tower screamed one last time, not in pain but in welcome. The gears of the 600 hour began to turn. They were made of the very stuff of reality, grinding against the fabric of the universe to bring the day to its close. I grabbed the lever. I felt the 600 strike building in the great bell below. It wasn't just a sound, it was a command. End, begin, end, begin. I pulled the lever. The great bell rang. The sound washed over me, through me, and out into the infinite. I saw the sun dip below the horizon. I saw the first star blink into existence. And then I saw her. Sarah was standing on the roof of her small house in the valley. She held a lantern. She was looking up at the mountain, at the Clocktower that now shone like a beacon of violet and gold. She couldn't see me, but she knew I was there. She raised the lantern. I reached out my hand of smoke and light and adjusted a tiny, invisible gear in the air between us. The 600 hour was over. The night had begun. And for the first time in a century, the world was exactly where it was supposed to be. I closed my eyes of brass and shadow, and listened to the heartbeat of the world. 700 was coming, and there was work to do. The 700 hour did not climb, it descended. It was the hour of the hearth, a period where the frantic mechanics of the day should have yielded to the soft, rhythmic hum of domesticity. But as I sat in the celestial chair of the great sphere, I felt the gears beneath my phantom seat begin to grind with a new, jagged friction. The transition from the golden urgency of the afternoon to the violet repose of the evening was not a smooth slide. It was a mechanical conflict. The tower was resisting the night. The day does not want to end, the tower whispered through the vibration in my spine. The momentum is too great. You gave them too much now, Inspector. They are spinning. They are vibrating. They cannot find the break. I looked down through the translucent floor of the 700 manifold. The valley was a grid of frantic sparks. The blue-painted car was still moving, the father driving in circles around his block, unable to turn off the engine. The student in the library was turning pages so fast they began to smoke. The man on the telephone was talking to a dial tone, his words a torrent of unspent courage that had no destination. By fixing the late, I had inadvertently broken the stop. The 700 level was a cavernous space filled with giant velvet-covered dampers. In a functional clock, these massive pads would press against the great mainspring, slowing the oscillation of the valley's heartbeat to a resting pulse. But the dampers were locked in the open position, rusted by a century of disuse. The late had always acted as a natural brake. Without it, the valley was spiraling into a manic, sleepless, perpetual motion. I stood up from the chair of starlight. My body was a terrifying mosaic now, granite legs, a torso of swirling smoke, and a head that felt like a pressurized chamber of steam and brass. I was no longer Elias the inspector. I was the governor, the regulator of a runaway engine. I began the descent into the 700 works. The air here was cloyingly sweet, smelling of lavender and old paper, but the temperature was rising. The friction of the uncurbed mainspring was turning the velvet dampers into tinder. If the 700 does not engage, the watchmaker's voice echoed from the shadows of a passing gear. The 500 will be a firestorm. The people will burn out their hearts before the moon reaches its zenith. They will forget how to dream, Elias, and a world without dreams is a world that eventually stops turning altogether. I reached the primary damper assembly. It was a colossal arm of cast iron, tipped with a pad of moth-eaten crimson velvet the size of a cottage. It was supposed to swing down and embrace the central axle of the tower's heart. It was stuck. A thick wedge of calcified yesterday, the hardened residue of 1,000 missed opportunities and unsaid goodnights, was jammed into the hinge. I didn't have a hammer, I didn't have a pry bar. I had only my smoke limbs and the cold, dark strength the watchmaker had poured into my chest. I plunged my hands of shadow into the hinge. The yesterday was cold, colder than the 500 shadows. It felt like biting ice. It was the physical manifestation of every time someone had said, "We'll talk about it tomorrow," only for that tomorrow never to arrive. It was the density of regret. I pulled, my granite feet cracked the floor plates. My smoke arms stretched, thinning until they were mere gossamer threads of gray light. The tower groaned, a sound of metal screaming against metal. "You are trying to move the weight of what was," the tower cautioned. "You are a creature of the now and the maybe. You have no leverage against the was." "I have the 7 minutes," I hissed, the brass of my throat glowing red. I reached deep into the core of my being, past the stone and the smoke, to that tiny, protected pocket where the 7 minutes lived. I didn't use the light this time. I used the silence. The 7 minutes weren't just a gap in time, they were a gap in causality. They were the space where the past lost its grip on the future. I poured that silence into the hinge. The effect was like pouring acid on silk. The calcified regret began to dissolve, turning into a gray mist that smelled of rain and old letters. The iron arm of the damper shuddered. With a sound like a thunderclap, it broke free. The velvet pad slammed against the central axle. The vibration that went through the tower was immense. It was a physical deceleration that threw me against the far wall, shattering a portion of my stone ribs. Down in the valley, the father finally turned the key in the ignition and sat in the sudden, beautiful silence of his driveway. The student closed her book and rubbed her eyes, feeling the sweet, heavy pull of exhaustion. The man hung up the phone and smiled at the quiet room. The pulse of the valley slowed. The fever broke. But as the dampers did their work, the heat was transferred into me. As the bridge between the tower and the time, I was the heat sink. My smoke limbs began to turn a dull, searing orange. The velvet of the 700 hour was soft, but the friction was relentless. 7:30, the tower announced. The transition to the 800 manifold is beginning, the hour of the threshold. This is where the living and the dead share the same air, Inspector. Are you prepared to be the gatekeeper? I hauled myself up the ladder toward the 800 level. This floor was different from all the others. There were no gears here. There were no pistons or tracks. The 800 level was a forest of glass pipes, thousands of them, rising from the floor and disappearing into the ceiling. They were filled with a pale, phosphorescent blue liquid that moved with the slow, rhythmic heave of a tide. This was the memory flow. In the old world, the late had kept these pipes stagnant. The memories of the valley had curdled, trapped in the minds of the weary, never circulating, never being released. Now, with the clock running true, the flow was torrential. I could see faces flickering in the blue liquid, weddings, funerals, the smell of summer rain, the sting of a first winter. This is the 800 pressure, the tower said. The release of the day's burden. If the pipes burst, the valley will drown in its own history. They will be trapped in a loop of what they have lost. I saw a hairline fracture in one of the largest pipes, the collective memory of the town's founding. A drop of the blue liquid leaked out, hitting the floor and instantly expanding into a localized fog. Within the fog, I saw a ghostly image of the old town square, frozen in a moment of communal grief from 50 years ago. If that pipe shattered, the present would be swallowed by the past. I rushed toward the leak, but my stone legs were failing. The heat from the 700 dampers had fused my joints. I fell, my brass head ringing against the glass floor. "You are breaking, Elias," a voice said. I looked up. The watchmaker wasn't there, but Sarah was, or a version of her. She was standing behind the glass pipe, her hand pressed against the crack. She wasn't solid. She was made of the same blue light as the memories. "Sarah," I croaked. "I am the memory of her you gave to the tower," the figure said. Her voice was a melody played on a distant piano. "I am the warmth you traded for the glass. I am the reason you are still here." "I have to fix the leak," I said, struggling to move my smoke arms, which were now flickering like dying candles. "You cannot fix it with strength, Elias. You cannot patch memory with stone." She smiled, and it was a look that broke what was left of my human heart. "You have to let it flow through you," she said. "You are the inspector. You are the conduit. Don't hold the time, Elias, be the time." I understood. The tower wasn't a machine to be operated. It was an instrument to be played. I had been fighting the gears, fighting the heat, fighting the transformation. I had been trying to remain Elias while performing the work of a god. I crawled to the base of the fractured pipe. I didn't try to plug the leak. Instead, I opened the cracks in my own stone chest, the ones the watchmaker had filled with shadow. I pressed my chest against the glass. The blue liquid didn't spill onto the floor. It surged into me. The sensation was agonizing and ecstatic. I was flooded with a century of birthdays, of heartbreaks, of the mundane beauty of 1,000 Tuesday afternoons. I saw the valley through 10,000 pairs of eyes. I felt the weight of every secret kept and every promise broken. My stone body couldn't hold it. The granite began to translucent, turning into a deep, oceanic sapphire. My smoke arms solidified into veins of silver. My brass head softened, the features of my face returning, but carved now from a substance that looked like frozen moonlight. I was no longer a man of the earth. I was a monument of the mind. The pressure in the pipes stabilized. The blue flow hummed, a harmonious vibration that resonated through the entire tower. The 800 hour was no longer a threat. It was a river, carrying the debris of the day away into the sea of the night. 801, the tower whispered, and this time the voice was my own. I stood up. I felt light. I felt infinite. I looked at my hands. They were beautiful, crystalline structures that held the glow of the 800 blue. But as I looked out the windows of the 800 level, I saw the stars were beginning to blur. The valley below was fading into a thick, impenetrable mist of unfinished business. The 900 hour was coming, the hour of the ghost. This was the hour where the things that didn't happen came to claim their due. The dreams that were abandoned, the paths not taken, the words swallowed in the throat. In the old world of the late, these ghosts were the only things that moved. They were the masters of the stagnant air. Now, with the clock striking true, they were being evicted, and they were angry. I heard them before I saw them, a sound like 1,000 dry leaves skittering across a stone floor, a whispering choir of what if and if only. They were climbing the outside of the tower. I could see their pale, elongated fingers gripping the window ledges. They weren't made of shadow or light, they were made of absence. They were the holes in the world. They want the 7 minutes the tower warned. They want the sanctuary you opened. They want to live in the gap because they have no place in the now. I moved toward the 900 stairs. They were steep, narrow, and carved from a single block of obsidian. As I climbed, the air grew cold, a psychic cold that bypassed my sapphire skin and chilled the very core of my being. The 900 level was an open gallery. There were no walls, only a series of high arches looking out into the void. In the center of the room was a massive, oscillating lens, the night eye. It was designed to project the light of the tower across the valley, acting as a spiritual lighthouse to keep the darkness at bay. But the night eye was dark, a thick, oily substance. The gloom had been smeared across its surface. The ghosts were pouring over the arches now. They were gray, featureless shapes that flickered like bad film. They didn't attack. They simply drifted, their presence draining the color and the heat from the room. Elias, they whispered. It was a sound like 1,000 voices I had once known. Elias, come back to the late. Join us in the unfinished. Why work for a world that will forget you by morning? One of them drifted close. It had the shape of my father. Another took the form of the woman I had failed to save in the fire 3 years ago, the event that had led me to the watchmaker's door. You couldn't save her then, the ghost of the woman said, her voice a hollow echo. You can't save the valley now. The time is too heavy, Elias. Let it stop. Let it all just stop. I felt the sapphire of my chest begin to dim. The blue light of the 800 memories was being sucked out by their proximity. I felt the old weight returning, the leaden sorrow of the late. I looked at the night eye. If I didn't light it, the 900 hour would become a permanent eclipse. The valley would wake up in a world where the sun never rose, trapped in a midnight of the soul. I reached for the lens, but a dozen gray hands caught my arms. They were weak, but there were so many of them. They felt like cobwebs pulling me down, anchoring me to the floor. Stay with us, they cooed, in the maybe that never becomes is. It's safe here, Elias. No more gears, no more strikes, no more debt. I looked at the ghost of the woman from the fire. I looked into her empty eyes. I'm sorry, I whispered. I'm so sorry I was late. The words felt like a confession, and in the Tower of Truth, a confession is a source of power. The 7-minute gap in my chest flared. It wasn't the liquid gold of the noon or the violet oil of the morning. It was a white, blinding light, the light of forgiveness. I didn't fight the ghosts, I embraced them. I pulled the gray shapes into the light of the 7 minutes. I showed them the father arriving home. I showed them the student finding the answer. I showed them that their unfinished stories were the fuel for the valleys now. Their sacrifices, their failures, their lates, they were the foundation upon which the new time was built. They weren't holes in the world, they were the shadows that gave the light its meaning. The ghosts didn't scream, they sighed. One by one, they dissolved into the white light, their gray forms turning into sparks of pure, clean energy. The gloom on the night eye evaporated. I grabbed the great lens and spun it. The night eye roared to life. A beam of brilliant, iridescent light shot out from the tower, piercing the mist and sweeping across the valley. It wasn't a searchlight, it was a wake-up call for the soul. It touched the houses, the trees, the river, and the sleeping people. It whispered to them that the night was safe, that the past was at peace, and that the morning was a promise, not a threat. I stood at the center of the beam, my sapphire body glowing with the intensity of a star. 900, the tower rang. The sound was a deep, resonant cello note that vibrated through the very bedrock of the mountain. The ghosts were gone. The 900 hour was clear. But the effort had cost me my form. My sapphire limbs were cracking, the white light of the 7 minutes leaking out of me like steam. I was becoming a hollow shell, a translucent ghost of an inspector. I looked up at the final ladder, the 1000 level, the hour of the deep. Beyond that lay 1100, the hour of the void, and then midnight. The debt is nearly settled, the watchmaker's voice said, appearing as a flicker of light in the great lens. But the final hours are not for the faint of heart, Elias. You are no longer stone or glass or smoke. You are pure intention, and intention is a fragile thing in the face of the infinite. I reached for the 1000 ladder. My hands were barely visible now, just ripples in the air. I am the inspector, I said, my voice the sound of the wind through the gears, and the clock will not be late. I began the climb into the dark. The 1000 ladder was not made of metal or wood. It was a vertical sequence of breaths, a series of rhythmic hesitations that I had to climb using the sheer force of my will. My sapphire body had thinned into a translucent vapor, a blue ghost of a man clinging to the idea of a ladder. As I ascended, the sounds of the lower gears, the frantic 600 spinning, the velvet 700 dampening, the 800 rushing of memory, faded into a pressurized silence. This was the hour of the deep, the time when the world truly goes under. The 1000 manifold was a vast, flooded chamber. It wasn't water that filled the room, but a thick, viscous ink of potential. It was the not yet, the heavy fluid of dreams that haven't been dreamt. In a healthy clock, this chamber acted as a hydraulic buffer, a weight that stored the energy of the day to be recycled into the dawn. But here, the ink was stagnant. It felt like wading through cold honey. The pressure is immense. The tower's voice resonated, now a low, subharmonic thrum in my non-existent marrow. The valley is holding its breath, Elias. They are in the deep sleep now, the REM state where the soul repairs itself. If the 1000 does not circulate, they will wake up exhausted, their spirits unwashed by the night. I waded toward the center of the chamber, where a massive, gold-plated turbine lay dormant. This was the circulator. It was designed to churn the ink, to keep the potential from curdling into nightmares. But the turbine was fouled. Wrapped around its blades were thick, black cables of doubt, the parasitic vines that grow when a person lies awake wondering if they are enough. I reached out to touch the cables, but my hands passed through them. I was too light now, too much of the now to affect the not yet. You are losing your grip on the physical, Inspector. The watchmaker's voice drifted from a ripple in the ink. To move the deep, you must become the weight. You must find the anchor within the 7 minutes. I looked into the pocket of silence in my chest. It was no longer a spark or a light, it was a gravity. I realized then that the 7 minutes weren't just a gift of time, they were the weight of the inspector's soul. To fix the clock, I had to give it my mass. I dove into the ink. The cold was absolute. It was the cold of the space between stars. The doubt cables lashed at me, trying to pull me into the stagnant depths, whispering of my own inadequacies, the cases I hadn't solved, the people I hadn't reached, the inspector who was just a man playing at being a gear. I ignored them. I wrapped my flickering sapphire arms around the central shaft of the turbine and anchored myself to the floor of the tower. I became a leaden point of reality in a sea of abstraction. I pulled not with muscles, but with the certainty of my purpose. I pulled against the stagnation of the valley. I felt the turbine shudder. A single bubble of pure white light escaped my chest and rose through the ink. Then another. The turbine began to groan, the gold blades slicing through the black vines of doubt. The ink began to swirl, forming a great maelstrom of possibility. Down in the valley, 1,000 sleepers shifted in their beds, their faces relaxed. The tension of the day, the knots of maybe I can't, began to dissolve in the circulating deep. They were dreaming of oceans, of flight, of the simple, profound grace of being alive. The friction of the turbine was stripping away my last remnants of sapphire light. I was becoming a hollow, a vacuum in the shape of a man. But the 10:00 was moving. The ink was clear now, a shimmering obsidian that reflected the stars through the high, arched windows. 10:59, the tower tolled. The sound was muffled, as if heard from underwater. I let go of the turbine and allowed the current to carry me upward toward the final hatch. I was a mere shimmer in the air now, a distortion of light. The 11:00 level was the hour of the void. There was nothing here, no gears, no pipes, no ink, no light. It was a platform of white marble suspended in an infinite darkness. At the very center stood a single, slender pillar of bone-colored stone, and atop it sat a small, unassuming bell. This was the 11:00 strike, the hour that precedes the end and the beginning. This is where the debt is called, Elias, the watchmaker said. He was standing on the platform, his coat tattered, his eyes two burning embers of amber light. He looked tired. He looked like a man who had been holding up the sky for 1,000 years and was finally ready to let it fall. I fixed the manifolds, I said, my voice a mere vibration in the void. The 7:00 is damped. The 8:00 is flowing. The 10:00 is circulating. The valley is at peace. The valley is at peace, the watchmaker agreed, but the clock is still hungry. The 7 minutes you took, the gap you used to heal the world, it has to be filled. Time is a closed loop, Inspector. You cannot create space without taking it from somewhere else. I looked at the bone-colored pillar. From me. From you, he whispered. To be the inspector of the Clocktower is to eventually become the Clocktower. You have traded your stone, your smoke, your memories, and your light. All that is left is the 7 minutes. If you give them back, the clock will strike midnight and the cycle will begin anew. The late will be gone forever. And what happens to me? The watchmaker smiled sadly. You will be the tick between the talk. You will be the silence that allows the music to be heard. You will be the governor, Elias, forever. I looked out into the void. Beyond the marble platform, I could see the valley. It was beautiful. The lights were low, the breathing was steady, and the now was a soft, golden blanket over the world. There was no more friction, no more jagged edges. The time was true. I thought of Sarah. I thought of the way the sun used to hit the brickwork of the old precinct. I thought of the smell of coffee and the sound of a ticking watch in a quiet room. I realized that I had already said my goodbyes. My life hadn't ended in the fire 3 years ago. It had simply been on pause, waiting for this moment of total commitment. I walked to the pillar. My feet made no sound on the marble. I reached into my chest. The 7 minutes were there, a small, pulsing sphere of absolute stillness. It was the most precious thing I had ever possessed. It was the part of me that was outside of time, the part that was free. I placed the 7 minutes onto the bone-colored pillar. The sphere didn't explode, it didn't flash. It simply expanded, a ripple of transparency that washed over the platform, over the watchmaker, over the void. The watchmaker closed his eyes and exhaled a breath he had been holding for a century. His form began to dissolve, turning into fine, golden sand that blew away into the dark. "Thank you, Elias," he whispered. "The watch is yours." I felt the 7 minutes merge with the marrow of the tower. I felt the great mainspring in the basement, miles below, lock into its final tension. I felt the pendulum in the throat of the mountain swing to its furthest arc. I wasn't a man anymore. I wasn't even a ghost. I was the vibration in the floor. I was the oil on the gears. I was the tension in the spring and the weight on the cord. I was the inspector and the clocktower and the time itself. The 11:00 bell rang, a clear, piercing note that stripped away the last of the void. The world rushed back in. I was standing, or rather, I was present in the very highest chamber of the tower. The 12:00 manifold. It was a room of glass, open to the 4 winds. In the center was the great hammer, a massive block of starlight-forged silver, poised above the great bell of the valley. The moon was at its zenith. The stars were aligned. The now was perfect. I felt the mechanism engage. It was a slow, majestic movement, a convergence of all the work I had done. The 7:00 dampers held the rhythm. The 8:00 memories provided the tone. The 10:00 deep provided the resonance. The hammer began its fall. In that microsecond of descent, I saw everything. I saw the father in the blue car wake up and walk into his house to kiss his sleeping wife. I saw the student in the library close her eyes and breathe in the scent of old paper, finally at rest. I saw the man who had been on the phone dreaming of a new conversation, one filled with honesty instead of desperation. I saw the lake evaporate from the valley like a bad dream at sunrise. The hammer struck the bell. The sound was not a noise, it was a realization. It was a wave of pure, harmonious existence that swept out from the mountain, through the valley, across the plains, and into the hearts of every living thing. It was the sound of the world being exactly where it was supposed to be. Midnight. The strike echoed for what felt like an eternity, a shimmering golden dome of sound that protected the valley from the chaos of the infinite. And as the echo finally began to fade, a new sound took its place. Zeka. It was the sound of a second being born, a fresh, clean, unburdened second. Dog. The second was followed by another. The clock was running, not fast, not slow, not late. It was running true. I sat in the chair of starlight at the top of the world. My body was gone, but my presence was absolute. I felt the sun beginning its long climb toward the horizon, far to the east. I felt the first 100 manifold beginning to warm up, the hour of the spark. I looked down at my hands, or the idea of them. They were steady. The watchmaker was gone, the inspector was gone, Elias was gone. There was only the clock tower. Down in the valley, a small boy woke up before his alarm. He looked out the window at the great stone needle on the mountain, glowing softly in the pre-dawn light. He didn't feel the usual rush of anxiety, the heavy pressure of a day already lost. He felt the vast, open potential of a morning that hadn't happened yet. He checked his bedside watch. It was 6:00 a.m. exactly. He smiled, got out of bed, and began his day. Up in the heights, I felt the 6:00 gear click into place. I felt the golden urgency of the morning beginning to stir. I leaned back into the mechanism, a part of the grand design, the silent regulator of the valley's heartbeat. The clock rang. It was not late. It would never be late again. The transition from the violet repose of the night to the golden urgency of the morning was a smooth, perfect slide. The friction was gone. The world was turning. And I, the inspector of the 7 minutes, watched over the now, making sure that every second was accounted for, every memory was cherished, and every dream was given its time to breathe. The valley slept, and then it woke, and then it lived. And in the heart of the mountain, the great mainspring hummed a song of perfect, perpetual motion.